Junior, Messiah. Whoa! No tackle,
Tuskegee fans, get ready. The hard-hitting action of Golden Tigers football is back as the winningest HBCU football program in the nation. All eyes are on the Golden Tigers in the 2024 football season with over a nation-leading 714 wins. 12 HBCU national championships, and 28 SIAC titles. The Golden Tigers are set to add another trophy to the crowded Tuskegee mantle with a championship run this season. As they do so, the Golden Tigers Sports Network is ready to bring you all the action from the gridiron, from every play to every touchdown. GTSN will be there with all of the excitement of Tuskegee football, and our coverage begins right now. Let's go inside the stadium. Here with the call, GTSN's Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, and Double S, Simone Stanley.
In recognition of the famed Tuskegee Airmen, we're gathered here in Montgomery, Alabama on a beautiful day for the 4th annual Red Tails Classic. Golden Tigers of Tuskegee getting set to meet the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, and you're live inside the Booster Displays pregame show here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, you know we got you. Charles Ward here alongside Mark Lassiter, third person in the booth, Simone Stanley. She's down at sideline to get you started here, Mark, on a gorgeous day. Tuskegee getting set to roll out the carpet to start the 2024 campaign.
Well, Charles, if there was any theme music might be change makes you want to hustle. Head coach Aaron James of Tuskegee brings in 5 new coaches to his staff, including a new defensive coordinator. But the other change I think of when you think of Johnson C. Smith, did you know that Trade Street in Charlotte changes to Beatty Ford Drive in Charlotte? Same street, changes name, and that's where Johnson C. Smith is located.
I've been there several times. You can get that vibe when the street name changes as well. But it's all about changes here for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. You referenced Aaron James, second season as a head coach of the Golden Tigers. A lot of new personnel for the Golden Tigers with the loss of a receiving corps that was outstanding last year. We'll see how all those parts of the puzzle play into this opening ball game against the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. This will be the 19th time that these two teams are meeting, first for the Johnson C. Smith Bulls here inside the Red Tails Classic. And Tuskegee University here, after a 4-year stint here, won last year, looking to go back-to-back with winners here against the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Chance now for us to take it down at field level. Our Simone Stanley standing by to give you a sense about the vibes as we get set to start this Classic.
There is a lot of energy on the field right now, and for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers, bringing that energy is freshman receiver Gabriel Garman. He went down the line with his teammates and was dapping everyone up, hyping everyone up, saying that let's go Tuskegee. As far as the temperature on the field right now, on the Johnson C. Smith sideline, it is a nice breeze. It's a lot of shade going on. Also, between the 20-yard lines on the field, it is a lot of shade as well because that is blocking the sun. But as y'all can see, sun is glowing on the Tuskegee fans. But that is energy. Another nugget for you, Charles. On the back of the plates for the Tuskegee players, it says, "Danger, beware of the dog."
And we'll see who lets the dogs out in this one in the 4th annual Red Tails Classic from Montgomery. You're listening live to the Booster Displays pregame show on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Take a time out here, back with more pregame activities.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Golden Tiger Sports Network, exclusive streaming home for live and on-demand coverage of Tuskegee sports, welcomes Dr. Mark Brown, the 10th president of Tuskegee University and the first alum to hold that position at the school. This evening, a new journey begins in Montgomery, Alabama, in the Red Tails Classic, and we are so glad you could join us for that new beginning here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Tuskegee set to meet the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith in a football game that's the first for each to start their season. And Mark will start by talking about the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Challenge for them, similar to Tuskegee when we get into them in a minute. They are starting with a new quarterback leading their offense out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Darius Ocean.
Well, here's the challenge for Johnson C. Smith. Even though they're returning 8 starters on offense, they're going to be facing a formidable Tuskegee defense led by 2 all-SIAC performers in their linebackers, Raekwon Bell, Malik Moore, and cornerback Michael King. Tuskegee, as you know, Charles, throughout its history has been known for its defense, and especially at the linebacker position. So I expect this matchup between the Tuskegee defense and the Johnson C. Smith offense to be one of the keys to the game.
Indeed, you talk about the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith and the trouble that they may present for the Golden Tigers defensively. Is for the Bulls up front, 4 of the 5 offensive linemen for them return as starters. They average about 314 pounds as a group. And get this, the 5th person to take the spot in the lineup took the spot from a guy who was a starter last year.
So let's talk about one of the keys to the game in terms of how this may play out in these conditions. Temperature right now in the high 80s, humid that evening. Football's a basic game, as you know. Run the ball, stop the run. Team that can dominate with the ground game early is going to have an advantage.
Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith offensively a year ago. Team overall 10th in total offense in the CIAA. You referenced it a second ago. It's their calling card that their defense is really their strongest suit for them in terms of a team. It was 7th in terms of running the football, 10th in passing. In a couple of the subcategories, 4th in first downs, and in the red zone, they were 5th in the CIAA. So we'll see if Coach Maurice Flowers and his contingent of coaches make some addresses from the season ago and see how their offense plays out early in this football game. But it's certainly going to center around what Ocean, the transfer from Valdosta State, does for them. Had a couple of snaps at Valdosta State, played at Western Kentucky prior to that. Only a few snaps there, but nothing like playing quarterback in the SIAC.
And you know we're not ones to spread rumors, but the rumor is in the press box that we may see both Tuskegee quarterbacks this evening. One better at the passing game, the other more known for his running. So again, back to the conditions tonight. It would be a surprise to see Tuskegee shuttle those quarterbacks in and out as well.
Yeah, that rumor really started by offensive coordinator Harry Williams in the press conference call earlier this week. He said you will definitely see both quarterbacks going for Tuskegee. Raekwon Bell, the transfer from Faulkner, will get the initial start, but he said you'll likely see just as much as a starter from last year, Christopher Robertson. So a dual set of quarterbacks for Tuskegee. We'll see how that plays in terms of them getting that offense in motion. Prevailing theory is that offense is usually the slowest of the 2 sides of the ball to get going in the season, early parts of the season. It'll be important for Tuskegee to get off the snot pretty quickly here in Montgomery.
If running back Johnny Morris for Tuskegee can get loose early, that could be another trendsetter for this game. He comes in with a very gaudy running average And so if he can build on that early in the first quarter, would really serve the Golden Tigers well.
Yeah, we're talking about the idea that it's defense that starts early and a little bit better off, and that's favors Tuskegee because you referenced two of the powerhouses for them at the linebacking spot, Malik Moore, and then the cornerbacking spot with Michael King. Those two with so many preseason recognitions coming in to this year's campaign. Everybody for Tuskegee, including defensive coordinator Ken Watson, really looking for those two to really continue their ways, not only from a leadership position, but in terms of effective play on the field for Tuskegee.
There's another interesting matchup that we'll get into in further detail. Johnson C. Smith comes in with two very large receivers, 6'2", 6'3". The challenge will be for the Tuskegee defensive backs to keep pace.
And part of the help that they want to try to get is up front defensively to see if they can keep some pressure on that new quarterback for the Golden Bulls, Messiah Wells, Terrence Mays, Gerald Colbreth, and Anthony Scott up front for Tuskegee starting this ball game. Mays notably beat out DeAndre Chapman, who started for Tuskegee up front defensively last year. So we'll see what that front line can do in terms of containing the quarterback and the rest of the Johnson C. Smith offense. And while we're talking about those two defensively for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, let's go down to Simone.
Michael King was named to the preseason Black College Football Hall of Fame watch list. I asked him, how did it feel to get that honor? He said, it was a surprise to me at first. It's always good to have an honor like that. I can be in the Hall of Fame one day. That is the goal. I asked him, what do you think it'll take stats-wise for you to win at the end of the season? Minimizing the turnovers, creating turnovers, no stupid penalties, and just trusting the game plan, do what I'm coached to do, and
Michael King, one of the heavy lifters of that Golden Tiger defense. We'll see how he fares here this afternoon in the 4th annual Red Tail Classic from Montgomery, Alabama. Take a time out here. More of the pregame and the Booster Displays pregame show continues after this break.
Air Force and Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps and Tuskegee University.
Hey, are you fixing the power? Hey!
oh yeah, okay. Okay.
And we're back live here inside Cramton Bowl in Montgomery, Alabama. Red Tails Classic just a few minutes away from getting started inside of the Booster Displays pregame show on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Right now, we'll take a look inside the keys to the game, brought to you by Wind Creek Casino. Elevate your game to fabulous. And Mark, as we talk about the keys to this contest, let's talk about it from Tuskegee's perspective.
Charles, a great woman once said, to the left, to the left. And that's where it's going to start with Tuskegee. Left tackle, Terrence Jordan, and left guard, Sean Stitton. During the SIC media day, I had a chance to talk to Stitton. Stitton goes about 6'2", 320, and is one of the elite linemen on the Tuskegee roster. Talked about working on his hand placement and his footwork more than anything else. If Stitton can have a dominant game, that should be the key to getting the Tuskegee run game started.
Just a quick comment on Stitton. 54 games played for the Golden Tigers. 5 of those have been starts. This offensive line overall has a lot of experience for the Golden Tigers. In 2023, they had 34 starts and 77 total games amongst guys up front.
Well, you know how you can tell how strong a player is? Just shake his hand.
Yeah.
When I shook Stitton's hand at media day, I said, okay, I get it. I'm done.
Let go, please.
I get the message.
We'll see what that offensive line does. Obviously, one of the real questions for Tuskegee is going to be Raycon Bill, the new quarterback for the Golden Tigers, and how he settles into this offense right away. One of his comments in pregame was that he just wants to be a great field general, not have to carry the load on his own to produce a win, but just not put the team in situations that they don't want to be in.
Well, you mentioned this off the top. In the first game of the year, and you have a brand new receiving corps, the trick is getting quarterback and receivers in sync early. If Tuskegee does not have success in the passing game, then they're going to have to rely on that running back to pick up the slack.
That running back being Johnny Morris, and that combination of Morris and Zena Mulba, Chase Sellers as well as a part of that trio for the Golden Tigers in the backfield. But they want to have a kind of a spread approach to the offense. Talking to Coach Williams early in the week, that's what they want to employ, to be able to use all of those elements and not have to rely on one uniquely to make that offense push. But we'll see what happens. It starts up front, and then it starts with the gelling of the receivers as to how that happens. Now, we talked about Malik Moore and Michael King defensively for the Golden Tigers. What else does that defense have to do?
I want to see a big game out of Charles Davis, the other linebacker in that tandem. Tuskegee, again, has always been linebacker heavy in terms of its talent. So that's going to be the key thing, because when I look at the receiving corps for Johnson C. Smith, 6'2", 220, Jack Smith, 5'11", 180, Tyran Tucker. And then you have Bernard Black, who's 6'1", 220. That's a tremendous physical matchup advantage that Johnson C. Smith may have in this game, just matching up against the Tuskegee linebackers and defensive backs.
Golden Tigers sporting 5 all-conference players coming into this season. Malik Moore, back-to-back first team. Rossi Grimes, the free safety for Tuskegee. He is a player that can really ignite that defense for Tuskegee. Last year had 34 tackles, 5th on the team. 5 tackles for loss, and he had 1 interception in that campaign. But they are really looking for Grimes to do some sensational things from that free safety spot. But in addition to Malik Moore and Michael King, as you referenced, you talked about Charles Davis, but at that other linebacker, Noah Houghton, the sophomore, 32 tackles a year ago. It's going to be a group effort by Tuskegee if they are going to control that Johnson C. Smith offense.
No question. Just a side note on the condition, Charles. The sun has peaked behind some clouds. It's got dramatically cooler than it was about a half hour ago. The field is covered in shade, so hopefully the heat will not affect some of those big men as much as it might have affected them about an hour ago.
Indeed, it's cooling off just a bit here. Fireworks already booming here inside the facility as the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith were introduced. We get set for more football action just ahead on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Inside the Wind Creek Casino keys to the game. We'll end that and stay with more of the Booster Displays pregame show after this timeout. Golden Tigers being introduced here to fanfare inside of the Cramton Bowl, getting set for the 4th annual Red Tails Classic. Golden Tigers labeled as the home team for this ball game. Why not? It's their home away from home against the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. The Golden Tigers mark as we take a look at the uniforms, new this year in gray with the crimson numbers outlined in gold.
Well, Charles, we're not under the shed at Cramton, at Abbott, I should say, but at Cramton, quite a turnout by the Tuskegee faithful. Tuskegee, as you note, in all gray uniforms, jerseys and pants with red numerals and the red helmets.
Good look for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Bulls dressed in white, trunks and jerseys. Numbers in blue outlined in gold to their color scheme. And while we get set to begin football action, we get set to go down at field level for a special guest right before kickoff, Simone.
Coach, it's game time. Do you have any last-minute thoughts?
No, I'm just ready to get this thing rolling. We've been at it all summer. I'm just ready to let these guys show us what they got.
And the temperature dropped a little bit right in time for kickoff. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels good, but to us, we practice in it all the time, so it's in our favor.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Head coach Aaron James, some words before we get going here with our double S Simone Stanley down at field level. Best of luck to Coach as he makes it back over to the Tuskegee sideline, and we get set to go into football action.
Even though we're only about 30 or 40 miles away from Tuskegee, you have to give the faithful credit because they bring energy every time they show up. Right now, the Tuskegee home fans being entertained by the Crimson Piper Marching Band, and it should be a party on the home side.
Yeah, Tuskegee just trying to take control of this environment, and rightfully so. You referenced the distance between this facility and the campus, and they have shown up in droves for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Glad you could join us for our coverage on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, we got you. Tuskegee on the far side of the field from us in our vantage point inside Cramton Bowl. Tuskegee will take a look now at our TNT Fireworks starting lineups for this ball game for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Offensively, it'll be Gilbert, Jordan, Stephen, Graham, Merriweather, and Howell up front for Tuskegee. And the wideouts, Quavon Beckford, Adrikus McGee, and Reggie Brigman. Those are the three that Coach Williams talked about in pregame, that they have been very impressive in this preseason, but it's showtime here. And he said in the conference, that's when you got to show, when it's showtime. At quarterback, it'll be the transfer, Raekwon Bill. And in the backfield, Johnny Morris will handle the snaps coming from Bill on the run. Jake Aller is the punter for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Hope to get into his storyline as this season unfolds. But the kicker for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, returning player Larkin Ryans, and Ryans with a good job last year. They anticipate that the special teams is going to be something special for Tuskegee this year, that they can rely on Ryans and Aller in terms of field positioning and scoring. In the pre-week conference that Coach James was asked about the special teams, he said that any time we get that football near the 50-yard line, near the 45, he's automatically triggering Ryans, that he knows that they can get three from him. We'll see if that stands true in this football game. For the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, defensively, they're going to go with Messiah Wells, Terrence Mays, Gerald Colbreth, Anthony Scott. Those are up front. Cornerbacks are the quarterback will be Darius Ocean for the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. I beg your pardon on that. That was the Tuskegee defensive four that I gave you there. Let's give you the Bulls up front offensively. That's Estep, Macbeth, Beatty, Mason, and Saunders, the five up front for the Golden Bulls. Tight end is Caden Bell McKeithen, DeAndre Proctor, one of the wideouts, Brevin Caldwell, and Tariq Williams, the four wideouts for the Bulls. They'll tend to spread that football as well, and Darius Ocean at quarterback for them. Corvarius Crouch will be at the tailback position. Jacob Menzies, the punter and kicker for the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. The toss has been conducted at midfield. And just a few minutes away from the 2024 Red Tails Classic kickoff from Montgomery. Tuskegee trying to go back-to-back winners of the Red Tails Classic. Won last year over the Wildcats of Fort Valley in the first year for head coach Aaron James. And Tuskegee finishing up the campaign a year ago at 7-4. Golden Tigers will have the football first. They will send Justin Smith backpedaling near the end zone to receive. He'll be joined back there by Karan Taylor, and Taylor is the guy in preseason that you're going to have to really look out for as it relates to returns for Tuskegee. Taylor, the junior from Claxton, Georgia, also a receiver for the Golden Tigers. So Smith back there, Taylor back there, and set to receive a kick to get things started. Also back there for the Golden Tigers, Ron Beckford, should the football come his way. Everybody on their feet, just about set to begin here as Jacob Menzies, a senior from Fayetteville, from transfer from Fayetteville State, set to get things started. Tuskegee going left to right on your listening device as we get set to go. Menzies approaches, and the 2024 season underway. It'll come to Taylor. He'll have his first return for Tuskegee. Up the gut he goes at the 15, looks for his crease, got one left side, slides to the outside. Taylor got some space there, past the 40, up past the 45, and chased out of bounds at the 47. That's the kind of start Tuskegee wants.
Taylor's cut at about the 30-yard line made that run productive for another 15 yards. Tuskegee has excellent field position to start this game.
That's exactly what they wanted, to get this good field position to at least put them in a scenario where they can get this football across midfield and perhaps score on this first drive. Raekwon Bill squares and looks toward the Tuskegee sideline. First play from scrimmage after the great return of kick by Karan Taylor. 4 up front for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Had that play, the game clock running. They stopped it now at 14:48, and they'll reset the play clock as well.
Well, it's the opening game for the officials as well.
Yeah. Bill shows pistol set, split backs surround him. They send Pregame in motion left side. Bill with the snap, ball fake, keeps it on the inside. Now the helmet's loose on the surface at the 47. Thought it was the ball for a moment there. And our first scrum takes place after that run from scrimmage.
Tuskegee going no huddle.
Zena Mulba with that first carry for the Golden Tigers. Got it past midfield. The pack kind of pushed him to the 49. So second down and 6. Pregame in motion again, left side. Splits either side, snap again. Same play on the inside, trying to turn it to the left side this time, but Johnson C. Smith quick to close the hole there on the left side. And Mulba gets knocked down, no gain on that play.
Coach James trying to use some early tempo to probe that middle of the defensive line of Johnson C. Smith. No luck on that second down play.
It'll be third down now for the Golden Tigers. Actually lost a yard on that play, so 3rd and 7, football directly at midfield. Maybe the first passing opportunity for Bill here in this situation. Official stopping play momentarily. Now they reset. And the transfer from Faulkner sets up in shotgun for the Golden Tigers. Tight slot to his right. And the snap, ball fake. Bill drops, squares. Here comes pressure. They flush him left side, and they get a sack on him near the 37. Golden Bulls bought pressure, and it paid off. Aquarian Hines, the junior from Greenville, North Carolina, getting in there on that play.
Johnson C. Smith also brought Lamone Hill Jr. from the right side on a delayed blitz that really overloaded that side of the line, and Tuskegee didn't have any answer, led to the sack.
Stenny Joseph in on that stop as well for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. So the good return by Taylor, and the Golden Tigers stall offensively on that drive. Had it past midfield momentarily. Took a loss on the previous play to get it at midfield. And they got the sack on Bill as he dropped the pass. So Tuskegee now will punt the football away. Jake Aller, the freshman, on to punt it, his first punt of the season. No pressure, blocked. They got it at the line of scrimmage, though. They did get a hand on it, and it squirts out right side. So the Bulls, not a whole lot of pressure there, but able to break through the contain, and they got a hand on it to block it.
Give credit to Keon Joyner of Johnson C. Smith. Brought that pressure from the left side. Charles got a hand, and all of a sudden, where once Tuskegee had field position, now Johnson C. Smith on their first drive has prime field position to start.
We were talking about flipping the field in the pregame in terms of what the special teams unit can do. There, reverses for Tuskegee. Aller had that punt blocked, and the Bulls starting on the Tuskegee side of the football field. Transfer from Valdosta State, Darius Ocean will line up at quarterback. And it'll be Crouch joining him in the backfield. On the ground, Crouch working at left side, fights his way ahead. Good surge by Crouch, and that line for the Bulls and Johnson C. Smith. He runs it down to the 44-yard line for Johnson C. Smith.
Unlike what Tuskegee did on their first drive, going up the middle, Johnson C. Smith immediately going to the outside, to the near side, picking up about 4 yards on that first run.
Defensively for Tuskegee, Wells, Mays, Colbreth, and Scott up front for the Golden Tigers. 2nd and 6 after the pickup by Crouch. He'll set to the left of Ocean. Ocean to Crouch again. They'll try the right side. It's a good result for the Golden Bulls on that side of the field as well. Good trap play outside of tackle. Got it down to the 40-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd and very short for Johnson C. Smith.
You just said the magic word, Charles, because on that last formation, Johnson C. Smith lined an extra tackle up on the right side, ran it to the opposite side, but a curious formation.
Got the result they wanted. 3rd down and 3. A little shorter than that, though, for the Bulls. This is their initial drive after the blocking the punt by Aller for the Golden Tigers. Tuskegee has not lost to this team from Charlotte since 1969. On the ground they go. They got a trip at behind the line of scrimmage. They gave it to Kamaro Edmonds. Edmonds right side got tripped up from behind the line. Good surge by the Golden Tiger defense. That was a big play on 3rd down for Tuskegee.
We talked about the linebackers for Tuskegee. That time they brought that corner blitz, picked up the sack, and now Johnson C. Smith is forced to punt. So both offenses stalling out on their first drives.
So now the Bulls, Jacob Menzies will punt it away. Menzies played at Fayetteville State last year. He's a punter and kicker. Soft snap, but they'll get it away. Menzies trying to kick it away from the coverage. Fair catch called for and made at the 15-yard line. So Tuskegee will have the football after the defense stiffens there as Johnson C. Smith in their territory had to punt it away.
So Aaron James, head coach of Tuskegee, the former quarterback himself, on this second drive, will be curious to see what his play calls are deep in his own territory. He went very conservative with excellent field position. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to take a shot downfield just to test that secondary, Johnson C. Smith.
As you referenced on that first sequence for them, didn't see a whole lot of action at the corners, not what was indicated to us about that spread offense that we'll see. Just trying to see maybe if everybody's just getting their feet set. See if we'll see it here in this second possession. Have a timeout on the field. We'll take a quick break here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Nothing score here in the Red Tails Classic. 11:29 left in this first quarter to play of the 4th annual Red Tails Classic. You're listening to it on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. ESPN here doing the ball game on the televised side. But you know we got you on Golden Tigers Sports Network. Turn your sound down and get your volume from the game from us. On the ground, Tuskegee with the football. They'll work at left side. Sprinting toward the sideline is Morris. Morris watches his way up near the 25-yard line. Good run from scrimmage there after the timeout. But, Mark, we come up with our first flag on the far side of the field.
Two players that Tuskegee has to account for. Johnson C. Smith, Jack Smith, linebacker, 6'2", 225, and Will, linebacker, Benari Black, who was in on that last tackle. If they can handle those two on the offensive front, Tuskegee's offense will be in good shape.
Tuskegee. And we're going to have that assessment going against the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. So Tuskegee will have their first down of the ball game. And that first down brought to you by Vibes Restaurant, site of the Coach Aaron James Coaches Show, starting this Monday at 6 o'clock from the restaurant. Make the plans to join us there. We'll review this ball game and talk about what's ahead against the Tigers of Grambling State University next weekend. So first down now at the 40-yard line. Bill in the pistol. Ball fake, fires across the middle, batted up in the air. That's going to be a free ball, and the Bulls jump right on top of it for the interception. So right after the Bulls give Tuskegee a first down on a penalty, they answer right back on a little short pass across the middle by Bill that was tapped. And they came away with the interception, but the officials are gathering now, and Tuskegee may have somehow retained that football. While they sort that out, Simone is down at the Tuskegee sideline with the defensive unit. Simone.
As they're told the guys, oh, good. They had a conversation about what to do when Johnson C. Smith was in 12 personnel, and it also seems like they are picking up on some of their offensive tendencies. He told the team to watch them leaning on the offensive line to know if it is a run or a pass.
Thank you, Simone. Back to live action. Run for Tuskegee to the right side. They finally tried to spread it toward the sideline. This time it was Devon Cooper. And Cooper able to run it for about 3 or 4 on that pickup.
In on a tackle for Johnson C. Smith, that man again, Benari Black, the Will linebacker. He wears number 3, one of the active keys to this defense.
Black, a preseason All-SIAC player for them, and was All-SIAC a year ago. And he brings the pain for the Bulls' 83 tackles a season ago. Pickup of 3 on that play by Cooper. Tuskegee, now we see that spread formation here, Mark. See if Bill is going to try to go up top here. On the play now, that's Christopher Robertson in the lineup. Robertson throwing it downfield and over the heads of an intended receiver. Taylor on a route, had a couple of defenders of Johnson C. Smith riding him. So Robertson into that lineup for Tuskegee, and his first aerial goes incomplete.
Closest player for Johnson C. Smith was Jaquan Wilkins, who was sprinting flat out about the 20-yard line, had an angle on the ball, just overthrown by about 3 yards.
Robertson, the senior from Macomb, Mississippi. Third down coming now here for the Golden Tigers. No score in this football game. We're at 10-12 left in this first period of play. We're live from Montgomery, Alabama, the Red Tails Classic. Sliding back down the line, left side, Taylor. Robertson's got some room left side. Now he'll tuck and run, looking for a block at the corner. He'll work to the outside, got the block he needed. Past Smithfield, up near the 47-yard line, chased out of bounds there. And that is a Vibes Restaurant first down for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. We were advised about Robertson, Mark, in terms of his ability to run the football better than Bill, and that showed it there with a good decision by him and reading a block excellently at the corner.
Not just the decision, Charles, but the ability to accelerate right about the 45-yard line.
Second time Golden Tigers in Bulls territory. The football on an exchange is knocked to the surface, coming in motion was Jeffrey Kamuku, and Kamuku actually ran into the snap as it was coming back to Robertson.
That had danger zone written all over
No
it.
doubt.
As he was coming in motion to the near side, the snap hit him in the thigh, came loose, and that was fortunate that Tuskegee was able to recover.
Boy, indeed. Tuskegee already with the one interception, and that could have easily been a fumble there. It stays with the Golden Tigers. Now, 2nd down and 12 at the 49-yard line. In motion, sliding the line is Kamuku again. Ball fake across the middle. Pass shot over and out of the reach of the intended receiver, Rodriguez McGee, the senior, and a crossing route.
Well, Charles, you know we've been doing football for a long time. Is it my imagination, or is that yard down and distance marker illuminated on the far sideline? Does that look like neon to you?
Well, my eyes are no better than yours. Well, that might help light the way for us, though. On the incomplete pass. It's 3rd down and 12 now for Tuskegee. 9:18 left first quarter of play. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, Simone Stanley with the call on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Glad you could join us. Robertson squares, back route, across the middle. Will they give them the catch there? They will at the 38-yard line, not about a yard shy of the 1st down marker.
Now that's one of those indications that this is an early season game. The receiver had the 1st down marker, just broke his pattern off, his pass route just a yard shy, but as it stands, Tuskegee is going for it on 4th down.
4th down and 1. They got to get it to the 37 exactly. Football at the 38. Shuffling in, players in and out of that lineup, trying to get a little more beef up front, you suspect, from head coach Aaron James and offensive coordinator Harry Williams. Play clock working its way down to 10. No jeopardy there. They got to get it off, though. Robertson with a quick count. We'll see if the Bulls can jump and get a free 1st down. Now down to 2. They'll take a timeout. Coach James and the Golden Tigers assessing that situation, trying to see first if they can get at the freeway with the Bulls moving, but they did not. So we go to a timeout on the field. 8:28 left, first period of play. No score here in the 4th annual Red Tails Classic. Golden Tigers and the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Stay with us. More football action on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
I am a park ranger here at Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site. There had been an infamous Army War College study which had come out. They claimed in the 1925 Army War College study that African Americans were cowards. They did not have the physical or the mental capacity to do anything like repair complicated machinery or be anything like pilots. That they were only good for menial labor, and even if they were to get in a war situation, they would just run. This was despite the fact that African Americans had fought in every war that America had ever been involved with, going back before the Revolutionary War. But I think this site and the other sites that we manage are important so that we don't forget our heritage, and so that we always remember that no matter what some may say that we can't do, we've proved in the past what we can do.
Back live here inside Cramton Bowl. 4th and 1 for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee after the timeout. They line it up at 43. Got to get it to the 42. Fumble of the snap, but Robertson regains, tries to surge ahead, but I don't think he got there, Mark.
I don't think he got there either, Charles. The ball was fumbled right at about the 42-yard line. He did an excellent job, actually say at the 38, of picking it up and able to get some forward movement, but it appears that Johnson C. Smith will take over on downs.
Tuskegee going forward on 4th and not able to come away with the 1st down. A miscue on the snap, so the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith take it over from their own 38-yard line. So we talked about this in the pregame show. Offense is proving true to form here early on. A lot of miscues in this first quarter of play. Bulls will have it now offensively.
Turnover on downs. 1st and 10 for the Golden Bulls.
And Tuskegee As indicated by offensive coordinator Harry Williams in that sequence of downs, they went with Christopher Robertson at quarterback. And now the Bulls with the football. Up the middle they go on the carry. That's Edmonds' right side. And he runs into some traffic there. May have gotten it back to the line of scrimmage, not much more. Tuskegee bunching that up front.
No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 from the Johnson C. Smith 38.
So they'll line it up again. Good stop by the Golden Tiger defense. Ocean peers toward the Johnson C. Smith sideline. Bulls go right to left on your listening device. Dressed in all white, the blue helmets. We're down to 7:38 left first quarter of play. Snap to Ocean, the lefty. Fires across the middle on a crossing route. Might see a flag there. No play on that. Good defensive job there by Tuskegee secondary. Stop out there on that ball. Michael King right near the football for the Golden Tigers.
Excellent play by King. Was in 2 yards of the receiver, right behind him. Did not get his hand in too early on the coverage.
Looking at it on the replay here inside of the Cramton Bowl. Great defensive work by Michael King. They were talking about that during the course of the week, and that's just his specialty. They asked whether he's more comfortable man on man or in his zone, and there, riding that defender, knocked it away right at the last minute. Here's the snap to Ocean. He'll go left side this time. Aerial underthrown, and that'll go incomplete. So the Bulls go a quick 3 and out. Tuskegee ready to get the football back, but we got a flag in the secondary.
Judging by the body language of the Johnson C. Smith receiver in the area, it appears that Johnson C. Smith may get the benefit of that call in the secondary for Tuskegee. Tuskegee claiming that it was not a catchable ball. We'll see how it turns out.
Tyler Smith, the sophomore from Dallas, Georgia, the defender in the area for the Golden Tigers. And it looks like they will honor that assessment. And if they do, that'll push the Bulls across midfield and, more importantly, give them a first down. Nice crowd on hand here at the Cramton Bowl, as it always is for this Red Tails Classic. Chance for us to just extend our thanks to all of those men and women who were part of the Tuskegee Airmen and providing such an important service to the country. And this is what this football game is about, to honor them. And glad to be a part of that and to just say, job well done. On the ground. Golden Bulls, a flag coming in at the back of that play, spinning toward the sideline. On the carry was Avante George.
Now from the spot of that last flag, Charles, you could get an offensive holding call. We'll sort this one out. Also noticing the footwork of Darius Ocean, quarterback for Johnson C. Smith. He's got a quick release, sets up in a hurry. That could be an advantage against this Tuskegee pass rush.
This assessment going against the Bulls. 7:21 left first period. It'll push them back to their own 42-yard line. Seeing some typical things for the start of the season. Penalties start to come in more frequently now. And the Bulls push back on their side of the field. Golden Tiger Sports Network, the exclusive streaming home for the live and on-demand coverage of Tuskegee sports, welcomes Dr. Mark Brown, 10th president of Tuskegee University, the first alum to hold that position at the university. This evening, a new journey begins in Montgomery, Alabama, in the Red Tails Classic, and you're listening to it on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Ocean got pressure backside, and they got a sack on him. Closing in from that backside for Tuskegee. Javion Miller, the sophomore from Fairburn, Georgia, got a clear lane and the sack.
Just when I was talking about Ocean's ability to set up and drop quickly, Tuskegee brings the corner blitz and picks up the sack.
Nice surge from the backside by Miller. Just beat the defender, the blocker on that far side of the field, and got a clear lane to Ocean. So Darius Ocean sacked by Tuskegee. Football pushed back to the 32-yard line now. 6:42 remains. Tuskegee, they can hold them here. Second down for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. get this football back in good field position if they can stop him here. 2nd and 31. 2nd and 31. On the ground, they go left side. Bulls, not much of a push there. Tuskegee shutting that play down.
And so far, Tuskegee's defense, which we thought would be one of the keys to this game, is holding up quite well against this big offensive line, this experienced offensive line of Johnson C. Smith.
Line averaging over 314 pounds for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. And as we referenced in the pregame, 4 of the starters up front for them, returning players, and the one that is the newest player there took the spot of a guy that was a starter last year. So that shows you the experience that Coach Marcus Flowers has up front in his offensive line. 3rd down. Ocean. Here's the pressure. He'll step up. Got a lane in the middle of the field. Ocean at midfield. Takes a hard hit at the 49-yard line, falls forward, and he was racked by Noah Holton, the sophomore from Snellville, Georgia, as he got it past midfield. Took a lot of punishment there, and they're going to be back to the initial line of scrimmage, and they will have to punt the football away.
If anything that Ocean's run accomplished gave them better field position for this next punt. He was in danger of taking another sack as Tuskegee has been playing this little cat and mouse game with his defensive ends.
So Mintz is now on the punt of the way, his 2nd punt of the football game. 5:09 left in this first period of play, still looking for our first score of the ball game. Back deep for the Golden Tigers, it's Taylor. Taylor will watch it bounce, and he will let it roll toward the end zone, but the Bulls, different ideas. They'll stop it dead at the half-yard line. Nothing Taylor could do there, not unless he picks that football up earlier in the bounce. But once it got inside of that 5, there were nothing but white jerseys for the Bulls there.
Give credit to Johnson C. Smith's special teams. Had 3 players deep downfield. One tapped it back at about the goal line without going into the end zone. And Tuskegee will have dangerous field position starting its next drive at its own 1.
You reference field position. You think about that possession when we were talking about it. Tuskegee could have held them there on their side of the field, meaning the Bulls, they would have gotten the football back in a better position. But the one run by Ocean up the middle flipped the field, and then the punt put it down where they could get it near the end zone, and they get a break there as they pull it down dead at the half-yard line. No doubt this game is a game of inches. So Tuskegee will be pressed down inside of their 1 to start this drive.
You know, if there's anything that head coach Aaron James is telling his offense at this point is ball security. Make sure you're positive on every handoff and every possession. Cover up, because you don't want a turnover at this position on the field.
That's exactly what he talked about in this week's conference call as well, is that they, particularly the first ball game of the season, you have got to manage the game, and the way you manage the game is to minimize turnovers in the contest. And down here, if you do a turnover this close to the end zone, it could go either way. We've had a couple in the middle of the field that were kind of nullified by some subsequent plays, but they're so deep pent in this situation that you cannot afford to turn it over.
So, Charles, does that mean we see backup quarterback Robinson for Tuskegee on this series?
We'll see. He's definitely got the better legs of the two. It's definitely not a passing situation for sure. 4:51 remaining in this first half. Tuskegee and the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. It's the 19th time that these teams have met. And this is the first time they met here in the Red Tails Classic. Golden Tigers sporting an 8-game win streak against the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, but that was then before Coach Marcus Flowers got there. And Coach Flowers has really put his stamp on that program pretty quickly. I like to say that Flowers continues to grow at Johnson C. Smith because he came to this program in 2021, and in that season, they finished at 2-5, but last year he really got the ship right. They went 7-4 and wound up getting an invitation to the inaugural Florida Beach Bowl down in Florida, and a good season-ending award for them for a good, solid program that they've really headed in the right direction.
Charles, this is also one of those discussions between head coach Aaron James of Tuskegee and his assistant head coach, offensive coordinator Harry Williams. If there's ever a time when you have 2 coaches that need to be on the same page, it's on a series like this.
Checking to see who's starting up in there at quarterback for the Golden Bears. are the Bulls as they come onto the field. And it looks like they're going to go back with Bill handling the snap. So Bill, and they're going to line up in a shotgun. So 1st and 10 from their own half-yard line, and Tuskegee lining up in the end zone in the shotgun. Going to have to move quickly to get it past the field of play. They go on the ground, straight ahead with the run, trying to find some space on the inside. Mulba with the carry for Tuskegee. Pack pushes near the 3. Chance for us to go down sideline. Simone Stanley, double S.
The Tuskegee telling the team to calm down, calm down, calm down. And head coach Aaron James interrupted the huddle and said, we have to go down there and score. He pointed at the quarterback, Raycon Beal, and said, it starts with you. And then he walked off.
2nd down for Bill and the Golden Tigers. Thank you, Simone. They go on the ground again, ball fake, but up straight ahead with the carry. Underneath, Mulba coming up. And Mulba worked his way, and Tuskegee past the 5 up near the 8.
Both of these running plays, Charles, have my throat a little bit tight because both of the handoffs have come in the end zone. Tuskegee's been fortunate to carve out distance to bring up a 3rd and short. But running the shotgun from the 1-yard line is a bit different.
Sure. Had a few years back, working with an analyst pointing out that very thing. You know, you're basically giving up 4 or 5 yards on that run. Anything can happen. They slice through. You're never going to get it back to the line of scrimmage. On the snap, they're going to go with a floating route. Out in the space there is Bregman. Bregman's got some space. That's enough for the Tuskegee 1st down. 1 man to beat. Slides past him, but tripped up at the 39-yard line. Tuskegee with the spread. They give it to Bregman, and Bregman answers for the Golden Tigers.
The beauty of that pass is it allowed the runner to catch in stride, turn upfield for an additional run of about 20 yards. We have a flag, though.
Oh, boy. Wow. LeBron Merriweather, the sophomore from Montgomery. Home crowd here not happy with that performance by homeboy. Nullifies that good run and catch by Bregman. And credit Coach Harry Williams, the offensive coordinator, with that call. They worked it in the middle to get things soft at the corners, and they just sprung Bregman out with the pass. And he took care of it after the catch. But this assessment puts them right back where they were, still in that danger zone. Tuskegee runs a couple of receivers in and out of that lineup, with Meeks transferring to Louisville and Corey Pettis leaving the program. Tuskegee now trying to find some answers at wideout in the end zone. Up the field, they go right back to Bregman again. This time he fumbles the football. Oh, my goodness. And the Golden Bulls will have it at the 21-yard line.
We talked ball security. Tuskegee had the completion, had the 1st down, put the ball on the turf. John C. Smith takes over.
So the Bulls come up big there. They knock it free from Bregman after he made the catch and tried to turn it back to the inside. Somebody got a hand in there and poked it free. So with 2:43 left in this 1st quarter of play, this is our deepest penetration of the quarter. And just a couple of defenders converging on Bregman, and they knocked it out of there. So the first big turnover of the football game goes to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Tuskegee already thrown an interception early on by Bill as Ocean lines back up and gives it on the ground. Crouch looking for some room. Left side slides past one wave of defenders. Got it inside the 20 down near the 17-yard line. And the players kind of tying things up there after the Powell settles.
There's always a lot of extra energy in the first game, especially in the 1st quarter. Players are just anxious to play, want to get those extra hits in. Unfortunately, sometimes they can come after the whistle.
No flags on that interchange. So Ocean and the Bulls back to the line. 2nd down, ball fake. He shoots it out in the flats. Good pass there. Good step at the sideline. Turning it upfield is Brevin Caldwell, and Caldwell runs it for the Bulls' 1st down. You referenced the quick release of quarterback Ocean. Saw it on that play.
And credit Johnson C. Smith, Charles, for using the wide part of the field to their advantage.
Similar to what we expected from the Golden Tigers, and we've seen that from Tuskegee, and the Bulls spreading that field to get their runners in space. Graham slides to the line. They keep it on the ground, sliding to the inside. Crouch with the football and works his way down near the 7. A minute 29 left in the first quarter.
Even though it's cooled down quite a bit, you don't want to have your defense on the field for extended periods of play. With that turnover, puts more pressure on the Tuskegee defense, not just in terms of holding up physically, but holding up mentally.
2nd down and 6 for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. They can get a first down before touchdown, but 1:06 left in this first period of play. Crouch with 10 on the play clock. He'll take the snap. Ball fake. Got a man. Corner of the end zone. Pass thrown behind and incomplete. He's trying to get it out there to Proctor, the senior transfer from Northeastern. King on the coverage for the Golden Tigers in the end zone. So 3rd down and 6 now for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith.
Even though Ocean has a quick release, he's only 6 feet tall, so Tuskegee's defensive linemen want to get their hands in the air.
Wave them in the air like you really do care. Ocean with 56 seconds left in this first quarter. They face this 3rd down and 6. They got to get it to about the half-yard line to get the first down. Ocean, left side, going to the end zone. Got a man there open. First touchdown of the ball game belongs to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Revan Caldwell beat the defense in the corner, and Ocean found him in stride for the touchdown.
Caldwell did an excellent job on that corner route, found the deep corner of the end zone. Accurate throw for Ocean. 6-0, Johnson C. Smith.
So turnovers is what you don't want, because what happens is what just happened. Golden Bulls took it on the fumble recovery, and they score. So Menzies now, the senior, on with the point after, and Menzies is true for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. So under a minute remains, first period of play. Johnson C. Smith with a 7-0 lead over the Golden Tigers. We're live at the Red Tails Classic here from Montgomery, Alabama. More action on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Here inside the Cramton Bowl. Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith strike first here on a 6-yard touchdown pass from quarterback Darius Ocean to Brevin Caldwell. Kick's going to come back on a return for Tuskegee. Looks like Taylor's going to have another look at it. This time up the gut, he goes straight ahead. Tripped up near the 32-yard line. And Taylor this time up the middle, almost able to break that one free.
Taylor's got great acceleration, got a rise out of the crowd as he found space at about the 20-yard line, picked up another 11 yards.
We didn't reference this in our Wind Creek Casino keys to the ball game, but special teams we knew during the course of the week would be a factor, and Tuskegee seemingly has the return team they want in place. But they just, once they get the football in good field position, it's this offense that's got to take it from there. So Bill back in at quarterback for Tuskegee. Golden Tigers lining up trip receivers to the right side. They'll keep it on the ground, trying to slice it back that way underneath the defense. And luckily not stopped short of the line of scrimmage, fighting ahead just to get a half-yard on that play. Tuskegee had kind of a busted play there in the backfield.
Once again, the interior of the Johnson C. Smith defense coming up big, led by defensive tackle Jordan Stanhouse. He's only 6'0", 260 pounds, but he does a good job of filling space.
Morris on that carry. Tuskegee, or the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, after getting that fumble on the Alabama Department of Public Health scoring drive. Just 5 plays, 21 yards for the touchdown. Left side with the football now. Christopher Robertson back in at quarterback, and he'll run it right side, short of the first down marker, but got it past the 35, up near the 36. That'll bring us to the end of the first period here in Montgomery, Alabama. Tuskegee, as we get set to go in the second period, a little bit of work ahead of them. They trail it 7-0 to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. And the officials over there at that far sideline have not indicated yet that the quarter is over. And now they have. So we'll take a break here. Tuskegee trailing 7-0.
We didn't get together, go out and say, hey, we're going to go down there and set the world on fire. It was more collectively individuals seeking to do their best and accomplish the mission that was assigned.
Our mission is to carry the lessons and legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen into every classroom in America.
If you believe as we do that this is an exciting and effective way to carry the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and the excitement of flight to young people all across America, to inspire them to realize how they can rise above the situation they find themselves in, the adversity in their lives, and become contributing members of our society, then we'd encourage you, we'd invite you to come to our website at redtail.org and learn more about what we do.
Golden Tigers coverage of Tuskegee Athletics is sponsored by Zuby's Taco Kitchen and Bar in East Point, Georgia. Owner Dees Zerubi is a proud Tuskegee grad, and Zuby's Taco Kitchen and Bar is an official watch and listen location for Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. For Tuskegee alums in the Atlanta area, when you want good food and drinks while cheering on the Golden Tigers, head to Zuby's Taco Kitchen and Bar at 1509 Virginia Avenue in beautiful College Park, Georgia. Zuby's, where Tuskegee sports is always on. And back live here, things are on inside of the Cramton Bowl. Tuskegee at the end of one trails the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. And Mark, it really has been a tale of turnovers in that first period that gave the Bulls that lead going into the second quarter.
You know, the forecast for this game had a chance of showers during the first half, so it's been a little stormy for the Tuskegee offense so far. Just got to work on Paul's security. And again, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to probe the left side going behind Stitton, the big 6'5", 360-pound guard for Tuskegee, who really has next-level potential.
Really kind of reflecting on Simone's comments last time we went down to her, talking about the comments she got from the coaching staff that Tuskegee's just got to really settle down a little bit. Just having not, even on that catch upfield by Brigman to get enough of that first down, just coughed it up at the end of that play. Not necessarily the fact that it wasn't solid defense by the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, but the kind of thing that you want to avoid if you're in more of a rhythm as a team. Set to begin second period of play. Golden Tigers of Tuskegee face a 3rd down and 4 from their own 36-yard line. They'll be going right to left in this 15 minutes of play.
Well, the last song you want to be hearing when you're trying to correct the turnover battle is Before I Let Go.
Indeed. The time you don't want Frankie in your ears, right? Need to hang on to that football here. Robertson and shotgun alone in the backfield. Slides a man down the line of scrimmage. He'll take the snap. Fires across the middle. Good route there. Good catch by Justin Smith. Smith angles his way near the 39, about a half yard shy of the first down. Bulls saying they got to fumble again.
Here's the thing about the catch by Smith. He's going parallel to the yard marker at the 39. If he is just decisive and dips his shoulder towards the 40, he picks up the first down.
Well, Mark, he's 5'10", 165 pounds. I don't know how much dipping he can do.
So you're saying he's thinking twice about that dip?
Yeah, I got to see what's in front of me before I dip. Right? He's about a foot shy of the first down. Good catch by Smith. Good throw by Roberts from across the middle. It's 4th and less than a yard. Tuskegee will have to punt it away. Haller set to do it. Had his first one blocked. This time got it airborne. Couldn't turn it over, though. Bounces at the 38 and back upfield near the 43-yard line is where the Bulls will have it. First period of action here from the Red Tails Classic. Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. 7-0 at the end of it. First downs even, 3 each. On the ground, Johnson C. Smith 22 yards gained on 9 carries. Tuskegee 25 on 12. Passing for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, 2 of 4 total of passing yards for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith.
That last punt by Aller of Tuskegee had a net of 18 yards. That's when your punter goes to the sideline and tries to find a space on the bench where there's no one around so you can just go and regroup. You don't want to see a head coach, an assistant. Just find a space.
Sure. 13 yards in the air for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. But to your point, Mark, I hear you exactly, is that that's coming off a punt that was blocked prior. So you got to really get your space mentally together because you're just not feeling it right now with the block and then that shank on that one. Timeout on the field. Bulls took it, I believe, with 14:04 left in this first half of play. As Tuskegee is trying to regroup at the sideline. Take a look more at some of these first quarter stats. As Tuskegee in that first half in the air for Tuskegee, Raquan Bill 1 of 2 for 17 yards. Chris Robertson came in. He was 1 of 3 for 11 yards. Total of 28 yards for Tuskegee in that first frame. Really the big difference in that first half of play. Tuskegee fumbled the football 3 times in that first quarter, but the one that was recovered by the Bulls is the one that led to their touchdown. And they finished off a 5-play, 21-yard drive to get the first score of the ball game here in the Red Tails Classic.
You know, one stat I always go to in terms of any game flow is time of possession. Tuskegee actually had the ball for longer than Johnson C. Smith with 7 minutes and 58 seconds. Johnson C. Smith only had it for 7 minutes and 2 seconds. But the turnover, as you mentioned, is the difference in this game.
Penalties in that first period, even at 2 each. And third down conversions, 1 of 3 for the Bulls, 1 of 4 for Tuskegee. And Tuskegee going on a 4th down, and they lost that one on down. As we could back the live action now on the Bulls with the football at their 43. Ocean trying to go upfield, got a man behind the coverage, but overshoots the intended receiver just off of his fingertips, trying to get it downfield to DeAndre Proctor. And Proctor with a step on the defense, but the football out of his reach.
Proctor actually got a hand on the ball about the 10-yard line. He's going directly to the sidelines as he comes up limping on that last long pass attempt.
Yeah, it looks like he made that extra lunge for it right at the end. May have stretched something, but not predicting anything in terms of that injury, but he's at the sideline. 2nd and 10 now for the Bulls. 13:56 left, second quarter. Crouch on the ground, right side. Not a lot of movement there as Tuskegee punches it up there, slides him laterally. May have gotten a half yard. Not much more on the inside.
Let's add another footnote to that last pass by Ocean, Charles. That ball was 50 yards in the air.
Yeah. Had good distance on it. Good, well-thrown football, too. Tight spiral. You know they're going to keep that one into their Rolodex because they had what they wanted there. So 3rd and 10 now for the Bulls. Tuskegee could use a stop here. They spread 4 across the defensive front. Ocean, pistol, he'll take the snap. Quick drop, steps up in the pocket. Pressure by the Golden Tigers. They get a sack on him near the 36. Exactly what they needed. came at the corners and able to penetrate right to the inside. Wells coming in for the Golden Tigers on the corner to put the stop on Ocean and to put a stop on that Bulls drive. The Golden Tigers answering again defensively. Wells, the senior from Clinton, Michigan. 10 tackles and a half tackle for loss last season for Wells. Good defensive stop for him here in this season opener.
This would be a nice spot for Karan Taylor, the return man for Tuskegee, to break out.
Punt coming. They got a block on it. Tuskegee got in there. They'll chase it down near the 10-yard line. Tuskegee comes away with his special teams. On the block was Michael King, of course. King got in, got a hand on it, and dove on it inside of the 10 for the Golden Tigers.
King came away so clean and then recovered the ball, motioned to the crowd. Tuskegee now with a golden opportunity deep in Johnson C. Smith territory.
Trying to respond to a 7-0 lead by the Bulls. Special teams for Tuskegee puts the offense in great shape.
The shed in Montgomery has come alive.
Yeah. Looks like everybody from the shed is here right now inside the Cramton Bowl. That side for Tuskegee here inside the facility, which is the far side of the field to us, is almost packed now. So Tuskegee just outside or inside of the 10-yard line, down at the 9. Christopher Robertson calls the signals. 3 receivers to his right, tight slot to his left. He'll look to the right now, checks off of that. Here comes the pressure. They got a hand on him, but he stays on his feet. Now they get him farther back up the field near the 22, and he's down there on a sack at the 22. Robertson tried to do everything he could to stay up on his feet after he avoided that first wave of defenders who gotten past the line of scrimmage. Stumbled backward, and they were able to get him past the 20 up near the 22. Defensive effort there by Ethan Saunders for the Golden Bulls on that play. So now Tuskegee faces a 2nd and goal from the 20. On the ground, they give it. Morris looking for space left side. Bill back in at quarterback. Morris got it inside the 20, back to about the, they'll put him down at the 15, so it'll be 3rd down and 15, or 3rd and goal to go for Tuskegee from the 15.
Key to this play, Charles, is Tuskegee's offensive line has got to give their quarterback time to throw.
Robertson joined by Morris in the backfield. Snap, ball fake, rolling right side, up to the end zone. Got a man behind the cover, strike there, touchdown Golden Bull Tigers. They got behind the defense. Bill with a bullet to the end zone. And on the other end of it, Karan Taylor with the grab. What a throw by Bill.
Bill got time, planted, found his man in the right corner of the end zone. Tuskegee with an excellent scoring drive.
Ryan's on now to try the point after for Tuskegee. Haller to hold. Movement up front. Tuskegee stays pat. And now the flags come in. How about the throw from Bill? Just threaded a needle there with an absolute bullet. And Taylor on the back end of the end zone. Bulls offside on the extra point attempt. So Ryans will get a benefit of a couple of yards closer on this extra point attempt. 10:41 left, first half of play. Movement again by the Bulls up top. Now they'll get it clear. Ryans with the kick, line drive by Ryans. He knocks it through for Tuskegee. And the Golden Tigers answer. They score on that drive and tie the football game at 7-7 with 10:41 remaining in the first half of play. Take a break here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. More football action ahead after this timeout.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Back live here inside the Cramton Bowl. Tuskegee has just tied it up at 7-7 after a 3-play, 9-yard drive that culminated with a pass from Bill to Taylor in the corner of the end zone to make it 7-7. That's your Alabama Department of Public Health scoring drive. Tuskegee ties it at 7-7.
So, Charles, the numbers don't really do that throw justice. Beal with a 7-yard drop, hitting the receiver in the deep corner of the end zone. That's a 30-yard throw on a rope. Indeed. For the touchdown.
You're right. So much more of that field covered with that pass, and as indicated by the final stats, he just threw a dart there right over a couple of defenders and right into the hands of Taylor.
Well, the idea that he's throwing from the middle of the field to the deep corner makes it that much more a difficult pass to complete, because actually Johnson C. Smith had decent coverage on that play, but he had enough arc on the throw to get it over the defender for the Tuskegee score.
And that's exactly what offensive coordinator Harry Williams talked about, was the strength of Bill's arm, and that's what was so impressive for him coming in and taking over that starting role. He just commands that offense with his throwing arm, and hopefully that's the thing that'll get him fully into his rhythm now.
Well, we know that your criteria for a quarterback includes two things: accuracy and touch.
Couldn't agree more. We saw accuracy on that one. We saw touch, and we saw some zing. So Tuskegee ties it at 7. Ryans with the kick, high kick. It will come down near the 15-yard line, up the middle of the gut. And working the football for the Bulls is Jaquan Wilkins, the senior from Spartanburg. But Tuskegee catches up with him near the 20.
You know what I love about the Tuskegee crowd is how engaged they are with every play. It's not like they come to a game and they're on their phones and they're trying to find their friends. Tuskegee fans are following the action and cheering excellent plays.
That's a nice call, because you don't see that very much in terms of college football fans anymore, particularly HBCUs. And we tend to relax a little bit until something big happens on the field. But this group from Tuskegee engaged all the way through. High football IQ.
I give credit to the fans from the Shed, because for them, it's not a fashion show. It's about the game.
Indeed. 1st and 10 now for the Bulls. They try to answer. Out in the flats now. Pass into the hands of Caldwell. He caught the touchdown for them early on. He'll grab that one down near the 29.
Johnson C. Smith picking up where they left off on their last drive, probing the outside to the sidelines on their offense. Tuskegee's linebackers will have pressure on them to cover those zones.
Pick up a 4 on that route for Caldwell at the sideline. Tuskegee 4 in the box. Ocean on the ground. Left side, they give it this time. On the carry for the Bulls is Edmonds. And Edmonds got it up near the 35. They're close to that first down marker.
So you can see the philosophy of Johnson C. Smith. We're going to spread you out, and then we're going to come underneath.
Yep.
So the guessing game begins for the coordinators of Tuskegee to figure out how are we going to cover those shallow zones and simultaneously not allow the inside running game.
Third and about a yard for the Golden Bulls. 9:33 left in this first half of play. They go on the ground. They get the first down with a hard surge by Edmonds up near the 40-yard line.
Now, if the rhythm is any indicator, Charles, I would expect on first down, Johnson C. Smith may try to probe to the sidelines once again.
I see. They worked it at the sidelines to set things up on the inside. First and 10 from their own 40. 9:14 left first half. 7-7 score. On the ground, they go inside, trying to get to the corner. Good stiff arm there at the sideline by Edmonds, and Edmonds runs it past midfield up to the 49-yard line.
There's more than one way to get to the sideline. Call a slant play going off of right tackle. He found space, picked up another first down.
Edmonds, the junior, transferred from East Carolina. Boy, he ran with a lot of intent on that play. Runs it for the first down to the 49. Ocean, 10 on the play clock. He'll take the snap. On the ground, they keep it, spinning toward the sideline now with the football.
On the carry
Is George. George, the redshirt junior from Goldsboro, North Carolina, got it up to the 47. Second down and 8 for Johnson C. Smith. 8:21. They're trying to mount a drive here, Mark. It looks like they're trying to answer that score from the Golden Tigers.
You know, I got some people from Goldsboro, too.
Oh, really?
I've been to Goldsboro.
All right.
It's right up the street.
Second down and 8. Ball fake. Ocean with it. Dumps it back out. A nice pass underneath. Got it into Graham. Graham turns it upfield to the 40-yard line. Graham, his first catch of the season. All of last season, Graham, starter, only had one catch. But they go to him here early in the 2024 season, and he registers his first on that catch, about a yard shy of the first down. On the ground, they bang it to the inside, bouncing off into the middle of the field. May have gotten enough for the first down. On the carry for the Bulls was George.
Johnson C. Smith now going up-tempo with its offense, going no huddle.
And you talked about fatigue and wearing down the defense. Could be at this point now. It's still early in the ball game, but this repetition by the Bulls wear a defense out pretty quickly.
Well, the telltale sign, you always look for how many players on defense have their hands on hips in between plays.
First and 10 from the 39 after the pickup by George. On the ground, he'll try to work it left side, but Tuskegee answers that right at the line of scrimmage. Good play by the Golden Tigers to shut that play down.
Once again, Johnson C. Smith going no huddle. Wouldn't be surprised here for them to take a shot on second down.
Rossi Grimes in on that stop for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. We talked about him in the pregame show. Makes his presence known here for the first time on that stop. No gain on the play. 6:40 left first half. We're tied at 7 each. Golden Bulls face a second down and 10 from the Tuskegee 39-yard line. Ocean, 4 before the snap. They'd be forced to take a timeout here. Down to 1. They won't get it off. Well, they did get it in. Coach Flowers able to jump in there and got the timeout with the side judge just down the field from him. They just ran out of time. They were trying to get that play called from the sideline, not able to get it in quickly enough.
Quarterback Darius Ocean was not happy.
We got this timeout. Simone down at sideline.
The Tuskegee sideline was revitalized after that defensive stop, followed by the touchdown score. Quarterback Raekwon Beal told the team, that's what we work on every day. He said, we got our feet wet now. Come on. They also pointed out return man Karen Taylor and told him, you're this close to running one back. So let's watch out for that.
Nice observation, Double S. You were spot on with that. Had that sense that Taylor really has his legs under him and could break at any moment. But Bill emphasizing to Simone exactly what he knows his role is, to play one as leader, not only in terms of the mouth, but to perform as well, because this is a new group for him. He talked about it during the week that he has got to show, or he did in camp, but now during the regular season, he's got to show that this team can trust him at quarterback.
It'll be an interesting set of play calls for Johnson C. Smith, Charles, coming up on a 2nd and long. A note on their coaching staff listing, Kevin Thompson is listed as the associate head coach and run game coordinator, with no other assistant coaches listed with offensive responsibilities. That tells me that head coach Maurice Flowers, is taking full responsibility for the play calling.
You don't have to speculate at all on that. That's exactly what's going on. That's how he cut his teeth. Coach Flowers started out as an offensive coordinator, Mississippi Valley, Fayetteville State. Head coach at Fort Valley did the same thing down there. That's his calling card. And he has been very successful with that. But that's a nice read of the notes, brother. You're right.
I tried.
After the timeout, 2nd down and 10 for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. And Coach Flowers is really one of the good guys in college sports overall. Yeah. Had a chance to really get to know him. They did that Florida Beach Bowl last year during the course of that week, and just so open with his time and just a genuine guy. 2nd down and 10 for the Bulls at the 39 of Tuskegee. Golden Tigers looking for a stop here. Ocean in shotgun. He'll take the snap. Straight pressure by the Golden Tigers. They force him early to fire it out of bounds, and he floats it beyond the Golden Tigers bench, far side of the field. Tuskegee was coming. They sent the corners, and Ocean unloaded that one early. It'll bring up 3rd down now.
This chess match between Tuskegee deciding when to bring pressure and Johnson C. Smith deciding to go with the deep passing game.
3rd and 10. And the chess match continues on this play. Football at the left hash mark. Tuskegee showing everybody tight at the corners. Holton there from that cornerback spot's got a direct line. He won't go, though. Ocean with the drop. Fires across the middle. Almost picked off. Holton cut that route and almost got the pick for Tuskegee.
Had both hands on the ball, falls to the turf at about the 25-yard line. Knows he had an interception.
Correction on that. Malik Moore in that range there to almost get that interception. Would have been his first of the season.
That was an alert, acrobatic play, Charles, even though he didn't make the catch for the INT. Great coverage.
Indeed. Moore, season ago, has led Tuskegee so many categories. Almost coming away with his first pick here, 2024. 4th down, and Mensis to punt it away for the Golden Bulls. Fair catch called for and made, and contact after the fair catch. That'll bring a flag. Taylor was calling for the fair catch, and he was wrapped up and bumped after he caught the football.
And the shed on the road knew that there was a penalty to come. Again, engaged fans on the road. You got to love it.
Yes, indeed. Quality football in terms of fans. Expect that when we get on the campus. First home ball game against the Tigers of Savannah State in a couple of weeks.
I'm impressed with the attendance supporting Tuskegee in this first game of the year on a hot summer day. I know it's September 1st, but it's a summer day.
Yeah, especially in this area of the country. But that's the calling card for Tuskegee. Fan base is known for traveling and supporting the team. And this is no exception here down in Montgomery.
I remember covering Tuskegee basketball in Atlanta at Georgia Tech's arena, and I'm showing up just thinking it's going to be another Saturday walk in the park. Tuskegee packed Georgia Tech's arena for a early season game against Morehouse, and the sound was incredible that they were able to generate. It was probably as noisy as it gets for a Georgia Tech game.
Yeah, you'll see the same thing at Chappie James when Tuskegee basketball is in play, and the students really come out and they support the program. That's this university. That's its moniker. They just have a fan base of supporters. Saw an older couple coming out of the hotel today, and I was leaving for the ball game to get here 3 hours before.
Sure.
They were already gearing up to come over to the stadium. I said, I know why I got to be there early. Why do you?
So let's talk about it for a minute. There are some HBCU athletic programs that are known for their loyal followings, not just locally, but nationally. And I would say pound for pound, given the scale of Tuskegee's alumni base and its student population, it has a following that's as loyal as any of the big schools like Grambling, Jackson State, FAMU, and you went to FAMU, so you know what that feels like.
Absolutely. But you got to just steady your mind. This is the winningest HBCU program in the country.
I like it. I like it. I know you're going to go that deep.
Well.
Okay, but I like it. That's valid reason to support a program.
Indeed. They just have that thing. They got that swagger at Tuskegee that every HBCU should emulate.
Well, we know one thing. When Tuskegee homecoming rolls around and Cleaver Abbott, which is listed to hold about 10,000 people, you show up at a Tuskegee homecoming and all of a sudden there are 37,000 people and you say, wait a minute, where are we? Is this Auburn University or is this Tuskegee?
How did this happen, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Where did all these people come from?
That's the one game you don't want to be late for there.
Exactly.
But you got to credit the Athletics Director Reginald Ruffin and the entire administration at Tuskegee for really changing that whole facilities paradigm at Tuskegee to create an environment where it's fan-friendly by coming into Abbott Stadium.
You make an excellent point, and major props to AD Reginald Ruffin, because it's not just him performing on the job, it's the enthusiasm that he brings to the job along with that positive attitude. If you ever had a chance to talk to Reginald Ruffin, he will leave you more energized than you came into the meeting with, just based on his personality and his outlook.
No question about it. All camp long, almost every other day, you saw some kind of Facebook message of him reminiscing about his days as a player, which was long ago. But just inspirational messages inside of that, just directly centered to the team, just letting them know, hey, I can tell you what I really went through as a player. You all just got to hang in there where you are now as well.
And you got to give credit to A.D. Ruffin, because what he has done, he's put his signature on the facilities at Tuskegee like no other A.D. before. He's improved the field conditions, lights, and also the training facilities.
And what you're going to see is a spillover into baseball at the softball diamond. There are all those facilities, and somewhere into next year you're going to be well lighted, and you're going to have night ball games on the campus, which is unheard of at Tuskegee. 5:56 remains here after the timeout now. Golden Tigers will have the football from their own 24-yard line. Tied at 7. In motion to the left side goes Brigman. On the ground, banging it right side, but the Bulls right there in stride. And Tuskegee lucky to get that one back to the line of scrimmage. There's really nowhere to go on that play. I think that was Mulba on the carry for Tuskegee, trying to get it right side. Yeah, it was Zena, the sophomore from Atlanta, trying to find some space to the right, but nothing doing there. Bulls close it up. We're down to 5:22 left, first half a play. Teams tied at 7. Low snap. Robertson ball fake, gave it on the inside, spun around in his traps after a good run upfield as Mulba to the 29-yard line.
Johnson C. Smith is lining up Lamone Hill Jr. He's a senior defensive lineman. He's 6'2", 230. He didn't make that last tackle, but his pressure forced a run back inside for the other players to clean up.
Well, we talked about the strength of that Golden Bulls front four. Hill, Burton, Stenhouse, and Alexander.
And Hill lines up exceptionally wide. Now he's coming inside closer to tight end.
3rd down and 5 for the Golden Tigers. Ball snap. Robertson going to unload it quickly. Had to because of the pressure that was put on him. Good defensive surge there by Lamone Hill, the man you just called, Mark, on that pressure on the inside.
It may be the first game of the year, but we're getting there. Lamone Hill has been a troublemaker all game long.
Yes, sir, he has, and on that play, he forces the punt unit for the Golden Tigers back out onto the football field. Jake Aller, the freshman, set the punt it away for the Golden Tigers, tied at 7 each. Aller, the freshman, graduate of Stoneman Douglas High School out of Florida. Such a tragedy at that high school with that shooting a few years ago. But Aller has found a home here at Tuskegee. Had to hurry there with pressure by the Bulls on the punt, but the fair catch is called for down on the other field by Dante Baker. And they'll have the football with 4:11 left now. Tuskegee next weekend on the road into Grambling, Louisiana.
I'm looking forward to that. I've never been to Grambling.
Neither have I. But you're talking about matching two of the most iconic HBCU football programs in the country with Tuskegee and the Grambling Tigers, or the G-Men, in a matchup.
One of my favorite stories of all time is to hear Sammy White talk about Coach Eddie Robinson threatening his team on homecoming, daring them to not go to a homecoming concert featuring Earth, Wind, and Rain.
Well, Coach had it close, right? He got two of the elements. On the ground, left side. That play bottled up at the corner. They were trying to get some space with Edmonds running it, but Tuskegee has a group over there to knock him down behind the line of scrimmage. Grambling with such a reputation. And you listed the group of schools a few minutes ago. Certainly Grambling, one of the most recognized brands in all of HBCU sports. Started out so early, just ingratiating like the New York Yankees organization and playing that football game up in New York, and just a brand that you would love to have. Same with the Tuskegee's brand. Ball snap, coming back on the route there. Catch is going to be made by Caldwell. Caldwell trying to work it back to the interior. Got it past midfield up to the 47-yard line of Tuskegee.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, Charles, to your point about Grambling and HBCUs, wasn't Grambling the first HBCU to play a Super Bowl halftime?
I think they were, yep.
There you go.
Yep. Trips to the left of quarterback Darius Ocean. Tuskegee putting 4 in the box. We're working our way down to 3 minutes left in the first half.
This is a defensive stand that Tuskegee wants to have going into halftime.
Teams tied at 7. 6 seconds left on the play clock. They got it off before the buzzer. On the ground, trying to cut it back to the inside. Edmonds with a good interior step there. And slides his way down to about the 42. Now you know what the Bulls are trying to do. They're trying to keep this football and try to run as much time off the clock as they can, ideally with a score near the end of the first half without giving Tuskegee a chance to answer.
That last play, Charles, wide receiver Tyreek Williams for Johnson C. Smith got engaged at about the 30-yard line with 2 Tuskegee defenders trying to block downfield. Went to the sideline, got dapped up by a few of his teammates, but we talked about at the beginning of the game, Johnson C. Smith's receivers are on the big side. They have 2 6'2" receivers. They need to be accounted for at all times.
Seen some good coverage by Tuskegee thus far in the ball game, led primarily by Malik Moore, or Michael King that is, in terms of that secondary. But we've seen a couple of plays where the Bulls have had some men in space, and a better pass downfield would have certainly resulted in 1 touchdown.
Excellent point.
1:54 left in the first half. 7-7 tie. And they go to the 2-minute warning, 2-minute timeout here to end this first half of play. Teams make it over to the sidelines. We'll take a break here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Tuskegee 7, Golden Bulls 7.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
2 minutes remaining here, first half of play. Tuskegee and the Bulls tied at 7 each. Red Tails Classic, the 4th annual here from the Cramton Bowl. After the timeout, Bulls set to go back to action. They're on the Tuskegee end of the field. They keep it on the ground and clipped up at the line of scrimmage. Good defensive surge coming up front there for Tuskegee to make that play.
They're claiming they had the ball on that last tackle.
Keenan Kimber on that stop for the Golden Tigers.
Tripped up for the loss.
I got the clock rolling. 3rd down and 5 now.
It's 3rd down.
Clock running at 1:23, first half. See if Ocean's going to go up top here. He'll take the snap, looking upfield, steps up, fires a bullet across the middle. Nice route there. Good catch on the end of that play by Caldwell. They knew exactly where they wanted to get in terms of location on the field. As Ocean threw it there, Caldwell made the catch.
And that was decent coverage by Tuskegee deep downfield. Just an excellent throw.
Golden Tigers set to go real quick. They keep it on the ground. Big space on the inside. Turning to the inside is Edmonds with the football. And Edmonds got it down to the 15. A minute left here in this first half of play, Mark. Golden Bulls smelling it. They line up to the line of scrimmage. And Tuskegee scrambling to try to get some defenders in there. Got one injured player on the far side of the field for Tuskegee. And that's probably the only thing that would have stopped that quick action there by the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. The last couple of plays, they just went right back to the line of scrimmage, went right to work. Got back-to-back first downs. Down now at the 15-yard line. The 1st and 10 from there with 58 seconds left in the first half. You talk about strategy. Once they got this football back with plus 2 minutes remaining, it was clear what they were trying to do. Move the football methodically down the field, let the clock be their ally, and they're in the situation they want to be in. That is a chance to score with minimal time left on the clock.
The pass completion was huge. Got a chunk of yardage, gets them infield position to come away with some type of score. Johnson Smith, again, done an excellent job of probing the middle of the field, but also working plays to the sidelines, almost like they go in a rhythm of 2-2. 2 to the sideline, 2 to the middle.
And it's been working for them in this first half. Thought we were going to see more of that, but we have seen it from Tuskegee, but just really seen probably a little bit more pronounced with that Johnson C. Smith offense.
I think Johnson C. Smith, Charles, has gotten a little bit more comfortable in their passing game than Tuskegee. The Tuskegee done an excellent job of scoring on the short field. It'll be interesting to see how they come out in the second half.
After the timeout, Bulls set from the 15-yard line of Tuskegee. Golden Tigers trying to deny, keep it at 7-7. Ocean, quick snap, gives it on the ground. Left side, they got space there, trying to turn the corner and into the end zone. For the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, it's Crouch. They went right to the corners like you referenced, Mark. And the light show here at Cramton Bowl starts after that run left side by Crouch. Went in almost untouched on that run.
What that strategy does, Charles, it forces your linebackers to cheat one way or the other. You have to be very decisive. And what John C. Smith did, once the Tuskegee linebackers peeked inside, he got to the sideline.
Now the officials conferring near the 15-yard line on the far side of the field. So nullify the touchdown, take the points off the board. Did not see that flag on the field, but Tuskegee won't question that one bit.
I'm right with you because I saw no laundry after that score, but as you say, Tuskegee will take it.
So that'll push them back to the 12-yard line with 53 seconds remaining. It'll stay with the Bulls, but they have got to be disheartened by having that touchdown wiped off the board with the hold. The play design was perfect for them. Tuskegee now has got to really be on his heels to make sure that they can't repeat that. Crouch lines up in the backfield with Ocean. Those slots at the bottom of the screen are one receiver lone at the top. Ball fake across the middle. Thrown behind the intended receiver. Trying to get it to David Hamilton. And he threw that pass behind him. Hamilton was open. Would have had to scramble to get to the end zone. But Ocean on the miscue there threw it behind. So second down now. Golden Tigers defense. We talked about how much they carried the load in most of this first half. Can they pick up just a little bit more weight here with 49 seconds left before the intermission? Ocean. Roach joins him in the backfield. This time they'll show slots either side. On the snap, they keep it on the ground, banging on the inside, stretching ahead. It's Crouch with the football. 40 seconds left.
Interesting that Johnson C. Smith is allowing the clock to run here.
30 seconds left. Third down. They've got at least one timeout left here. They may be trying to set it up for that fourth down play. Don't want to leave anything left on the clock. It's probably their thought here. 13 seconds left. And whistles before that play takes off.
So you're going to have to explain that one to me, because Johnson C. Smith just burned about 22 seconds between the last play and getting to the line of scrimmage only to call a timeout.
Yeah, you kind of want to leave that up to play and not necessarily the clock. So now with 11 seconds left, you may be able to get two off toward the end zone, but they'll have to be quick.
Well, you know I'm not one to second-guess coaches, but you can always go up to the line of scrimmage, clock it, stop the clock, and have another player in your pocket that you can call.
Well, with 14 seconds, I suspect that Coach Flowers is gambling that they can get two corner routes off before time expires.
You know, you're very generous. I just don't. That's cutting a little bit close, trying to think of two plays in 14 seconds.
Well, we have former head coach of the Golden Tigers up here, and the athletics director, Ruffin. We may be able to ask him about that at halftime, what the thought process is to let that clock run.
We have to also ask A.D. Ruffin about the Shed being here loud and proud at the Cramton Bowl in Montgomery, Alabama.
14 seconds left first half. We'll see what the strategy was for Coach Flowers and the Bulls. They are at the 10-yard line. 14 before the half, trying to see if they can't punch in another one before the intermission. Tuskegee would love nothing more than to deny here. The snap on the ball fake. They go crossing route, corner of the end zone. That one's incomplete. They had two receivers, one crossing to the middle of the field, and coming to the out was Caldwell, couldn't pull it in. But just exactly what we're talking about there, Mark. That only took 3 seconds off the clock, so they are set. And it looks like they're going to try to close it out with a field goal here.
Brings up fourth down.
So Menses will come on now, and they'll put it down. And it's going to be a 27-yard field goal attempt by Menses. He's hit from 45 a year ago. They got the snap down. Clean kick by Menses, and he misses left side. So Coach Flowers and the Tigers, or the Bulls, gamble there. And Tuskegee able to hold them out of the end zone. That will be a questionable one there that we may have to mull over halftime. But at the end, it really winds up Tuskegee's got at least 6 seconds left on the clock. So,
well, as you know, so much of coaching comes down to clock management. And that previous play where Johnson C. Smith allowed at least 15 seconds to run only to call a timeout, that will go into the questionable category.
Yeah. There's always that questionable category, certainly at the beginning of the year. Just like players and everybody else, officials, coaches have to work that off-season fog out too. Not saying that wasn't an intentional strategy, just did not pay off. So Tuskegee with Bill set to just take a knee and content to say, hey, let's just call these first 30 minutes of play a draw. And that's where it will be at the intermission. Tuskegee and the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith tied at 7 on a good first half of football. Our Simone Stanley standing by now, trying to get down to Coach Aaron James. He's at the far side of the sideline. Let's go to Simone.
Coach, your defense gets a red zone stop, and then your special teams gets a stop. How are you feeling after those 2 plays?
I feel good after those 2 plays. We gotta come back second half and just do what we gotta do. I mean, we are slow, so show it up today. So first half, so second half got to be offensive game.
What are you seeing from the Golden Bulls defense? What's going to take to break loose?
Offense, we got to make plays. We kill ourselves with just minimal mistakes. We just got to stay consistent and just trust the offense.
Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Coach James, for taking the time with us as we go into the intermission. Tuskegee and the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith tied at 7 each. Good first half of football here from the Red Tails Classic. Take a break, have some halftime guests, including A.D. Ruffin and President of Tuskegee, Dr. Mark Brown, just ahead here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
We didn't get together, go out and say, hey, we're going to go down there and set the world on fire. It was more collectively individuals seeking to do their best and accomplish the mission that was assigned.
Our mission is to carry the lessons and legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen into every classroom in America.
If you believe as we do that this is an exciting and effective way to carry the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and the excitement of flight to young people all across America, to inspire them to realize how they can rise above the situation they find themselves in, the adversity in their lives, and become contributing members of our society, then we'd encourage you, we'd invite you to come to our website at redtail.org and learn more about what we do.
Everybody, we're live inside the Cramton Bowl at the Red Tails Classic. At the intermission, Tuskegee and the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith engage in a good football game. Right where we started is where we are now, tied. 7-7 your score at the break. And while the entertainment is taking place down at field level, we're lucky and fortunate to have in the booth with us the 10th president of Tuskegee University, Dr. Mark Brown. Mr. President, thanks for joining us at the break.
Thank you for having me, Charles, and thank you for doing this.
Yes, sir. Our pleasure. Glad to have you here. Let's talk a little bit about this weekend because it's the Red Tails Classic. It's a big event. Just want to get your top-level thoughts about why we're even here. The Tuskegee Airmen, their impact on this country, and this recognition of this tribute to them here in this annual football game.
You bet. You know, just the thought of the Tuskegee Airmen, the Tuskegee experiment, and what happened on Moulton Field many, many years ago brings to mind that children that you look at and people that you look at that you may not think can do things, indeed they can. And as we celebrate this Red Tails Classic, it gives me an opportunity as the president to look at all of our students, look at all of our football players, look at all of our band members and say, if you want to think about overcoming obstacles, just think about this weekend. the Red Tails Classic, the Tuskegee Airmen, those men who fought over Europe and won on behalf of the nation, but they begin as an experiment on Moulton Field.
Indeed.
It's a strong sense of pride.
And actually fought on two fronts. They had to fight overseas and then fight discrimination here in this country after they got back.
They had to fight for the right to fight.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, right.
They had to fight for the right to fight. But when they fought, in both cases, they won. And I think what underlies that is they won because of their capability and their skill. They didn't win because anybody lowered the expectations. They won because they had the capability and skill. And to do this again on the fields of strife and in this historic place in this city, it's an amazing opportunity.
You know, it's interesting we're talking about this because on Friday I came to the historic site in Tuskegee and had a chance to talk to Park Ranger Frank Tolan over there. Mm-hmm. And Frank was just sharing some of the exact things that you're saying about how it was just an opportunity for them to show their character and quality as individuals to just take up that mantle and fight for that right, as you indicated, to fight. And you referenced there in terms of the Tuskegee Airmen, and then you just referenced the syphilis experiment as well. Those things are just so ingrained in the history of Tuskegee Institute and Tuskegee University now that you almost, I like to say that Tuskegee really is the conscience of America because of so many things that have happened as a part of our history.
Absolutely. You know, I like to tell our students every day that Tuskegee doesn't just solve problems for Tuskegee, we solve problems for the nation. And it's nothing new, right? When there was a polio issue, it was solved by Tuskegee. When you need to figure out how to cultivate soil, it was solved by Tuskegee. When you wanted to see if people of color could fly aircraft, it was solved by Tuskegee. And right today, as our students are there, they're solving crises in cancer. They're doing things for hypertension. They're studying the kinds of things that the nation needs. So Tuskegee is a great place to come and solve national problems.
So many jump-off points that I can take by your points, Mr. President. One of which is I'm thinking about it as we're talking about the Tuskegee Airmen is the revival of the program at Tuskegee to create that pipeline for more black pilots.
What we like to do at Tuskegee is we like to look forward. Like, what does the nation need? The nation needs 133,000 pilots, the world does, in the next 15 years. And this spring, you will be able to enroll in flying aviation at Tuskegee within our aerospace studies program. You can leave Tuskegee with a degree and a commercial pilot's license. You can fill that void in the military, you can do it in the civilian sector, and you can do that by continuing your education at Tuskegee University. It's an amazing opportunity, and we're doing it once again to solve a national need.
And you really had the benefit of both experiences at Tuskegee as a student and now coming back as a president. What has that meant to you?
Well, we're right here in Cramton Bowl. I'm watching the Marching Crimson Pipers, right? Many of the Turkey Day Classics, I was on that field doing my best to get it done with those Crimson Pipers. And let me tell you, it is the honor of my life to once again wear TU on my shirt. I've always worn it in my soul, but to be here and be able to share what it did for me with what I still believe it can do for so many others. So it's a privilege. It's a privilege. Yes, I am the first in 143 years alumnus. I won't be the last. And this school, I believe, because it's solving a national problem, will be around for 143 plus years.
Indeed it will. And we are happy to have you here leading that pursuit for Tuskegee University.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you all for doing this. Go Crimson Pipers and go Golden Tigers.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Mark Brown as Tuskegee tied at halftime with the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. We thank you for your time. Enjoy the second half.
Thank you.
Take a break here. When we come back, we'll have the Vice President of Development at Tuskegee University, Ms. Barbara Harrington. You don't want to miss that insight into some of the fundraising efforts and the development direction of Tuskegee. That's just ahead as the Crimson Piper Marching Band continues to perform here at the Red Tail Classic.
My name is Frank Tolan, Jr. I am a park ranger here at Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site. There had been an infamous Army War College study which had come out. They claimed in the 1925 Army War College study that African Americans were cowards. They did not have the physical or the mental capacity to do anything like repair complicated machinery or be anything like pilots. That they were only good for menial labor, and even if they were to get in a war situation, they would just run. This was despite the fact that African Americans had fought in every war that America had ever been involved with, going back before the Revolutionary War. But I think this site and the other sites that we manage are important so that we don't forget our heritage, and so that we always remember that no matter what some may say that we can't do, we've proved in the past what we can do. And so I think that this site and the other sites that we manage shows what is possible, despite what might be arrayed against you at a particular time. And it's important that we keep these sites around to tell both our young people and other young people, as well as older people, what we have achieved and what's possible for us to achieve. There are no limits other than the limits you have in your mind.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
And we are back live inside the Cramton Bowl at the Red Tails Classic at the intermission. Tuskegee and the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith tied at 7, getting set for a exciting second half of football when play gets set to resume. But until then, we were talking to the president a few moments ago. Now we're talking to the vice president of development at Tuskegee University, Barbara Harrington. Vice President, thanks for joining us.
It is my pleasure, and it's also my pleasure to carry this title of Vice President of Tuskegee's development. It's been an exciting couple of weeks already. I've only been on the ground 2 weeks, and it's like taking off.
I was talking to A.D. Ruffin about it a couple days ago. We were talking about who we were going to interview at halftime. He said, "Yeah, we need to get the vice president of development." I said, "Well, who is that?" He said, "Harrington." I said, "Well, who is that?" Right? And then the second time I talked to him, he said, "You know, Barbara, right?" And then my world finally came together, and I realized.
Well, I can tell you already, I mean, AD is doing some fantastic things at Tuskegee, but bigger than that, Tuskegee's got a great history when it comes to sports. Because I grew up in Tuskegee, I grew up on that campus, so I can remember good things like when the Peters sisters, who were these wonderful tennis players, they taught all of us, all the kids in the community, how to play tennis, but also Althea Gibson would come to campus to spar with her, and with the two of them, and to also to get ready. They helped her get ready to go to Wimbledon. Yeah, so I mean, there's all kinds of great things. And now we're getting ready for our 100th homecoming, and it's going to be humongous. And we are excited. Alums are coming out of the woodwork. So that's going to be an exciting time. We really believe that if a student wants to go to school this semester, we have done everything we can to reach out to our alums to help them. and it has happened. We started a campaign, and within a week, we were bringing in money and doing all kinds of great things. Now, the next step is to help those students figure out how to do it for themselves. So that's what we're working on now. So it's a lot of exciting things going on at Tuskegee, and then in between that, we're folding in our athletics and our athletic director and all the exciting things that he's bringing to the table as well.
Well, you just referenced that you just kind of getting your feet wet in a couple of weeks on the campus, but you're no stranger to development overall, and Tuskegee's truly blessed that they have you in that position. I know a lot of your visioning as it relates to development hinges on what the president has expressed.
Exactly.
So between the two of you, anything on the forefront that you haven't mentioned already?
The biggest thing right now is to just get as many alums back into the fold, and that's happening daily. I got calls today. A lot of these folks have known me, and they have my cell phone, so
that could be good and bad.
But right now it's good. They're calling, on weekends, and they're texting me, so that's a good thing. I definitely. And then from here, the next step is to expand our corporate relationships, and that's everybody knows how great HBCUs are now. Now let's prove to them how great we really are, and the staying power that we have, and the developing of good stuff, and tell them the history of all the good stuff. So that's our hot button right now. So every day is a new task, but it's a good task, and it's all working out, and we're excited about it.
Yeah, we were just referencing that in the first half of the football game, that Tuskegee brand is one of the more unique in the country, and certainly could be easily embraced by the corporate community, but it just takes someone like you to kind of create those relationships to make it happen.
Well, I can just remember growing up in Tuskegee and going to elementary school, I didn't realize all those men that were around there that had on those uniforms were famous. They were just like Danny James Jr., Chappie James' son, was in my class in elementary school. Well, he was just, somebody that, a nice man who periodically flew down low when he was flying in to let us know he was on his way home. And Chief Anderson, his son Alfred, was in my class also, and he took us up on my first plane ride, and now we're reinventing that, and that's just so important now that we've got this wonderful flight program going on. So we're the old Tuskegee with a new flavor and a new speed with it. So it's happening. Yeah, it's happening.
And we are glad you're at the helm of handling that.
So we're excited
Tuskegee.
every day. So.
Vice President Harrington, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck in your new position at Tuskegee.
Thank you.
Vice President of Development of Tuskegee University, Barbara Harrington, sharing some thoughts with us as we get set for more football action. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. We'll talk to the athletics director at Tuskegee University, Reginald Ruffin. That's just ahead here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
We didn't get together, go out and say, hey, we're going to go down there and set the world on fire. It was more collectively individuals seeking to do their best and accomplish the mission that was assigned.
Our mission is to carry the lessons and legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen into every classroom in America.
If you believe as we do that this is an exciting and effective way to carry the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and the excitement of flight to young people all across America, to inspire them to realize how they can rise above the situation they find themselves in, the adversity in their lives, and become contributing members of our society, then we'd encourage you, we'd invite you to come to our website at redtail.org and learn more about what we do.
Halftime show here at the Red Tails Classic wouldn't be complete without a conversation with the athletics director at Tuskegee University, Reginald Ruffin. A.D. Ruffin, thanks so much for joining us at the break.
Thank you, Charles, for having me.
That's it?
That's it.
Let's talk about this first half, A.D. Ruffin, your former head football coach. What did you see in that first half?
Well, the thing that I love is Coach James, my former offensive coordinator, and Coach Flowers, my former offensive coordinator. Look like neither one of them can score points. So
Maybe shift them over to defense.
Yeah, it's a defensive game. But, great atmosphere. Tuskegee fans, once again, out supporting Tuskegee University. And what can I say? Just a great game. Defense was doing well. I'm proud of those guys. Offense got to get it together second half, and I think Coach James went in and make the adjustment, come out the second half, and keep fighting and being who they are, Tuskegee University.
Do something for me if you can. Explain the just momentum or the energy at Tuskegee University right now.
Well, first off, the leadership. Everything starts at the top. Man, Dr. Brown, I'm so happy and blessed to have him. Man, you talk about a guy that fires up the troop, the whole university, students are first. And when he came and talked to our student athletes, education is the most important thing. And then you talk about the winningest HBCU, winning and tradition. Dr. Brown has been awesome. He's been awesome for us, and I'm glad the Board of Trustees did a great job. Dr. Mars was great, hiring me and coming in and changing some of the things that we have done at Tuskegee, facility-wise, budgetary-wise, or budget-wise, and giving the resources that we need. And Dr. Brown has really took the bull by the horn, and he's pushing student-first initiative.
How much does that help a department like you to have that kind of leadership? Because your program, athletics, is like at the forefront of the school, because as the school goes, athletics usually is at the front of it.
Well, we always say academics is number one and athletics is number two. But Dr. Brown does a great job of bringing both to the table at the same time and having conversations. And so that's big for me as the athletic director for our coaches and our student athlete, knowing that we have that support from our administration top to bottom. And so for me, I'm just blessed to be in position to carry out the great experience for our student athletes on a daily basis.
We're here with the Red Tails Classic, the fourth appearance by Tuskegee since the beginning of this classic. Just quickly want to get your thoughts about the Tuskegee Airmen and really what it means to all of us.
Well, resilience. For our student athlete, resilience. Those airmen, those guys came to a pilot or to a program where they were kind of set up to fail, but they were very successful in making that a success for us. And so I'm so blessed and honored to have that. And so we just gave up a big touchdown.
We're both being distracted because Crouch just broke one from the line of scrimmage for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith early here in the second half. They're running for 75 yards for a touchdown and give the Bulls a lead here as we start the second half of play. But this is the beginning of the athletic season for Tuskegee with this classic and headed into all the other sports. Volleyball had already started. Let's talk a little bit about this year as it relates to athletics in terms of what we're hoping to achieve. I know it's about winning championships, but there are also some character issues that you all try to push as well.
For me, Charles, as the athletic director, I try to instill in our coaches the support, give them the resources they need. Students are first, they got to go to class. They got to be top in their class doing the things it takes, because we want the great and high GPAs, graduating our student athlete, because our motto is we educate, we dominate, we graduate. And so our student athlete knows that every coach is pushing that envelope for them to be great and be representative or representation of Tuskegee University in the world.
Well, you're doing an outstanding job from the athletics perspective, and as you referenced, great quality leadership in the administration, great formula for Tuskegee to continue to grow that brand.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. I appreciate it.
AD Reginald Ruffin, as we sit through some quiet times right now after that 75-yard touchdown run, but things will change here pretty quickly inside of the Cramton Bowl here at Montgomery, Alabama. After this timeout, Tuskegee will have the football, will actually stay here while they get ready to kick it away. But just a quick hitter to start the second half by the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, as Crouch, the running back, was able to break free right up the middle, actually, and run it for a 75-yard touchdown. So the transfer from Michigan State with a big run for the Bulls.
Did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss a thing. It was so quick. On that scamper by Crouch, they lead at 14-7. Glad you could join us second half. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, Simone Stanley with the play call. Thanks to Dr. Brown, Vice President Harrington, and now Tuskegee with a chance to answer right back. Left side with the football, fighting off one tackler, had it up to near midfield on the return. It's Cooper or I believe that's going to be Taylor. Yeah, no, Cooper with that return. So Devon Cooper runs it up near the 49, running that football like Taylor on his returns. But Cooper able to give Tuskegee some good field position to start their first drive of the second half.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Coach Aaron James open it up on this first series. Just go deep.
Sure. Try to get some of that confidence in that offense, particularly after this big play from the Bulls to start the second half. It'll be Bill calling the signals. Sliders up top, Tuskegee going left to right in this third quarter of play. There's a snap. Ball fake. Robertson out the flats, deep pass there at the sideline. Good catch there, and reaching out for that football is Brickman. He had to go airborne there, tiptoed and got it, and comes down near the 37-yard line for Tuskegee first down. That's a Vibes Restaurant first down for the Golden Tigers coming out of the halftime.
Tyqueen Hines had excellent coverage on the near sideline, but a great catch solved that.
They did what you said, Mark. They got it out in space. Big play on that first play. Now Bregman goes in motion left side. Bill, ball fake, looking to his left. Got a man behind the coverage there in stride. Overshoots him right at the 2-yard line. My, oh my, they did exactly what you said, Mark.
Had what they wanted on single coverage deep downfield. Pass was just slightly overthrown, but the receiver was open at about the 2-yard line.
Trying to get it to Beckford. Beckford had about 4 or 5 steps on the closest defender. Would have been a quick answer for the Golden Tigers had he struck there, but they still have the football, facing a 2nd and 10.
I like the play call on first down.
Tight slot at the bottom of the screen. 4 up front for the Bulls. In motion, Beckford left side of the football field. Snap. Whistles on the play, likely going to have some movement by Tuskegee that time up front.
Looks like the right tackle was just a hair early on the snap count.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was caused by, I thought that quarterback Bill was calling for the football already and anticipating the movement after the snap, but he never got it. And then as you indicated, left side jumped on the offensive line. So that'll push the Golden Tigers back 5 to the 42-yard line.
Thing about offense, Charles, as you know, you get into a rhythm, you hit a big play. The last thing you want is to have a penalty because it kills that rhythm getting plays in a sequence.
Absolutely, especially when you're trying to answer a big play by the opposition. You want everything to flow smoothly there. 2nd and 15 instead for Tuskegee. Drop pass this time. Got plenty of time. Unloads. Got a man on a crossing route. Good pass there. Good catch at the sideline. Beckford steps out of bounds. We'll see where he stepped out of bounds. More than well beyond the marker. Inside of the 10-yard line. Down at the 8.
Now Beckford appeared to step out or be forced out at about the 17, but did a nice tightrope job all the way down to the 8.
Sure. Kind of walked that sideline from like where you said. It looked like the same thing to me that he stepped out. But able to just keep himself in play. Good second effort by him. Great pass.
How Tuskegee's popping out of the huddle also.
In motion, they go with the football. They're going to keep it on the ground, sliding back to the inside. Bounce down near the 1-yard line. On the carry is Morris on the inside. Nice play there by Tuskegee on that little misdirection with that snap going to Morris on the inside.
They're having some success off the right side of that offensive line. Tuskegee all the way down to the, looks like the 1.5, the way they're marking it.
Trying to answer that touchdown by the Bulls. Bill going to go under center this trip with an I formation behind him. Bulls tight at the line of scrimmage. All on the ground, slicing left side. Did he call it touchdown? Golden Tigers. It was Morris banging ahead left side for the 6.
When you told me at the beginning of the game that Morris had a 6-yard average last year, I didn't believe you. But on that last play, you can see that burst. As soon as he took the snap, very decisive into the end zone.
Absolutely, about 1.5 yards away from pay dirt. No, that wasn't going to deny him there. Ran right through it for the touchdown. Great answer by the Golden Tigers with that score. Snap and the hold and the kick by Ryan. And Ryan missed it left side. Oh, my. Larkin the Ryans with a rare extra point miss for Tuskegee. And we will see how that plays, if at all, in the latter stages of this football game. Tuskegee scores to cut the lead, but the Bulls retain it. They lead at 14-13. We'll take a time out here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, you know we got you.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
.12:02 left in the third. Alabama Department of Public Health scoring drive for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. 5 plays, 51 yards. They missed on the point after. Bulls lead it 14-13. Good answer by the Golden Tigers, though, Mark.
Great answer, and if you've ever been fortunate enough to be at Cleve Abbott Stadium in the third quarter when the Crimson Piper Band cranks up Ballin' Parlay, you know that the party is on right now, coming off that scoring drive of 51 yards. The Tuskegee faithful from the Shed, who have been transplanted to Montgomery, Alabama, are giving this part of the country a taste of what it feels like.
One of the most renowned bands in the land actually competed a couple of weeks ago out in Houston with a bevy of HBCU bands, walked away with a nice check for their efforts as a part of that Battle of the Bands. And just continuing that legacy. Heard Dr. Brown talk about it, that when he was a student at Tuskegee, he played in the Crimson Marching Band. And so he's got a special place in his heart for knowing how important that element is for athletic events at Tuskegee.
No doubt.
You know you got to be tough. You got your own little theme song, right?
Every good superhero needs some theme music.
All right, I like that. Tuskegee with a heroic effort to answer that 75-yard touchdown run by Crouch and the Bulls to answer with a touchdown. Set to kick it away, trailing by a point. Harkins with the kick, driving that one to the end zone, and the Bulls will run it out. They'll run it left side, banging straight ahead with the football up near the 25-yard line. On the return was Jaquan Wilkins, the senior.
So now, Charles, in terms of rhythm, time for Tuskegee's defense to settle down, see if they can hold Johnson C. Smith on this end of the field.
Just be interesting to see if that offense has worked out its kinks from the halftime with that first 30 minutes of play. They came out with a different rhythm here in the start of this third. We'll see if that continues as the defense gets out here now to try to hold things down defensively.
You make a great point. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams try to open it up a bit. We saw a very conservative first half. Now they've got a feel for each other. Two heavyweight fighters now starting to throw haymakers.
On the ground, Bulls will keep it to try to work it out at the corner. Edmonds with the football, tiptoes the sideline, steps out of bounds near the 30. Pick up of about 5 on that carry for Johnson C. Smith. Start of the football season for Tuskegee. On the road here in Montgomery. In Grambling next weekend. 2nd and 5 for Johnson C. Smith. On the ground, looking for some space. Crouch spins his way on the inside, still on his feet, works it past the first down marker. 2nd and 3rd effort there by Crouch. Got it to the 39.
Johnson C. Smith would like nothing more than to have a sustained running attack on this drive. Even though it's cooled down quite a bit, it's still an unusually warm day. It's humid in Montgomery, so they're thinking they want to see if they can wear this Tuskegee defense down a bit.
Ocean and snap in the shotgun formation. Ball fake across the middle. Strike there thrown across the middle there. Got it into the hands of Caldwell, his primary receiver. And Caldwell, that pass a little bit behind him, but still able to collect it. And they move the chains again.
Great catch, as you mentioned, Charles, going against his momentum. And Ocean with the hair trigger release, pass complete right down the middle, another first down.
And they are rolling in rhythm now, this Bulls offense is. 1st and 10 at the 48 of Tuskegee. Snap, handoff. Looks like a busted play there. Crouch behind the line of scrimmage. Like, I don't want this football. Why are you giving it to me? That one for about a 2-yard loss there. It's more of a miscommunication between Ocean and Crouch. Tuskegee takes full advantage with the stop behind the line of scrimmage.
Also notice Johnson C. Smith going up-tempo, calling their plays at the line of scrimmage.
Right now, football directly at midfield. Sitting in between Red Tails and Classic, the emblem here at midfield at Cramton Bowl. 2nd and 12. Snap. Ocean, the lefty. Ball fakes. Now he's got a space there. Fires, zings it upfield and threw it behind the intended receiver.
Ocean had a man wide open, but was throwing off the wrong foot. Needs to settle down if he wants to complete that pass. Get settled, get into a rhythm, as opposed to trying to hurry and make that throw.
While they get set for this play, let's go down field level. Simone talking about the vibe at field level. SS.
The celebration amongst the Tuskegee team was short-lived after that touchdown because of the missed point after attempt from the special teams unit. It was a little deflated after that. Coach Patterson did have a conversation with the offensive line, and he told the group, they're not showing us anything that we haven't seen before. He said confidently, we can outlast them. We just cannot make any mistakes, and I guarantee you, we will win this game.
Thank you, Double S. We'll see if that missed extra point factors into this ball game. On a 3rd down play, they tried to go up top, and a miscue between Ocean and the receiver downfield. The receiver broke off his route, and Ocean threw it toward the sideline. So the Bulls will have to punt it away now. Tuskegee with a good stand defensively, just what your reference marked. They needed a good stop there. Looks like they may have it, barring any kind of incident here on this exchange of the football. Punt's got away, but it's a short one. Bounces ahead, though, forward rolling, and it'll roll inside the 20 down near the 16-yard line. Tuskegee will have it there. So the Golden Tigers go back on offense with 9:40 remaining in the 3rd. We'll see after that last possession if they bring that same momentum to this set. So they get ready to go back on offense.
Well, let me throw a little bit of a different angle on this. This is a great opportunity for Tuskegee to see if they can establish their ground game. You're early in the 3rd quarter, 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There's You're only trailing by 1. There's no need to push to answer as they did on that last drive. See if you can pick up a few first downs on the ground, hold on to the ball, and then see if you can get a score off of it. You want to really try to keep Johnson C. Smith's team, their defense, on the field as long as possible.
I like the strategy because that's exactly what they were trying to do offensively. We'll see how they play it. Question's going to become, with what we saw in the first half, is there enough confidence in the ground game by the coaching staff at Tuskegee to try to install it here?
Well, here's what we do know, Charles. If you're 300-pound plus and you're playing in 80-degree weather and it's the first game of the season, by the fourth quarter, you do not want to be on the field for extended drives.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. So Tuskegee with that touchdown early in this third quarter cut into that full lead. It's the Johnson C. Smith right after we got started in the second half of play. Just got a groundbreaker from Crouch. He ran it just pretty much untouched for 75 yards.
Let me clarify. You may have to be there because you're on scholarship, but you don't want to be there.
You got to play it out, right?
That's a difference, right?
Sure.
If coach says go in, you're going to have to be out there.
Point well taken. That's right.
But when those legs get heavy,
sure,
it's a different feeling in the fourth quarter than it may be in the first quarter.
I was talking to a buddy of mine earlier this week who played running back in high school, right? He said that they were just getting killed by this team, right? They were bigger, stronger, and faster, just beat them up and down the field, and they were losing by so much. And the coach, he raised his hand to see if the coach would take him out for a minute. The coach was like,
You stay in there.
You're staying in there.
You wanted to start, you got to
you
start.
got to start.
Right.
He said, Coach, I don't want to be out there, but since you're making me stay, I'm going to stay.
Right.
Tuskegee with the football, see if they can work some of their will on this Bulls defense to wear them down a bit, trailing by 1 with 9:40 left in the third. Bill has really settled in the second half for Tuskegee. He's in the shotgun. 3 receivers down to his right, bottom of the screen. Tuskegee going left to right in his third quarter of play. Officials ready. Tuskegee's ready.
Spread offense.
They bring a man in motion. And the snap. Going to throw it to that man in motion, and he's got to cover that football. I don't know if it was behind the line of scrimmage or not.
That was tricky.
Johnson C. Bulls saying that they got it as a fumble, but they're going to rule that it was above the quarterback in terms of the throw, so it goes incomplete. Dangerous.
That's one of those plays that makes you hold your breath because, as you point out, if that's behind the line of scrimmage, that's a loose ball.
Sure, that they had the man coming in motion to the right of the field and threw it to him almost behind the line of scrimmage, and he dropped the pass. They bring in Robertson now and wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. They tried to give it to Morris right side, but nothing doing there. Johnson C. Smith all over that.
Ray Bass, the defensive back, coming on a corner blitz for Johnson C. Smith, was all over that. They've had an excellent success with bringing heat off the corners.
Robertson back in the lineup at quarterback there, Mark, on a possession that you talked about, perhaps them settling in and trying to create the ground game on the inside. But they flipped the quarterbacks here. We'll just see what that's doing to the rhythm here. On that last play, they lost a few yards, and they got the incompletion on the play prior to that. So Robertson now on a 3rd and long, forced likely to a passing situation. He'll take the drop, feels the pressure, now still in the pocket. He's got some time, waiting for it to unfold. Shoots it across the middle. Catch made there. Nicely done there by McGee. McGee spins his way up near the 40-yard line. More than enough for the Vibes Restaurant first down for the Golden Tigers.
Now that was a throw into traffic. There were at least 5 players within 5 yards of that throw. Fortunately for Tuskegee, they pick up the first down.
And they do the one thing you said that's important. They gave him enough time to throw the football. On the ground now, Morris looking for some room left side. Nothing there. The end closed up very quickly there by the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. As Benari Black, the leading tackler for the Golden Bulls, stopped that play behind the line of scrimmage.
You know, we haven't seen, Charles, we haven't seen a lot of missed tackles this evening.
No.
We've seen some knifing plays. We've seen some very aggressive tackling on both sides.
Nice call. You're right. Everybody's been wrapped up with that. Officials stepping in there before that play got started. I think a timeout was taken. And a flag coming in at the back of that play. That was really kind of unfair there, because there was so much chaos going on there, and then they're trying to defend, thinking that Johnson C. Smith is trying to run it for a touchdown. It looks like it's going to go against Tuskegee. The official stepped in at the very beginning of that play before the snap took place.
The referees, the officials are huddled up at about the 32-yard line having a conference call about this, but to your point, Charles, it appears to be one of those plays they could have just let go because there was so much confusion.
Yeah. See if they are inclined to maybe wave this one off, because I think they were the source of that confusion. 7:51 left in the third. Bulls of Johnson C. Smith with a 14-13 lead over the Golden Tigers in the season opener for both at the Red Tails Classic in Montgomery. They're still talking about it. Now we're going to come away with something here on the call.
Well, we've had one conference, now we've got a second conference.
Yeah, I thought they were getting clear to make the call. And they're talking to the center judge who made that, stop that play. Wait to see if we get the call here from somebody. Guess they'll, don't know if it's a TV timeout here. Not sure if that's the case.
Well, I'm watching the official with the football at the 40-yard line. He appears to be trying to measure something off, but now places the ball at the 39, which was the original line.
They're going to wave that flag off, looks like. Oh, he's got his mic mute, so we can't tell.
Yeah, that's one of those things. There was so much indecision by the officials. They just kept the field mic off. We'll see if we just get away with this one.
We're not going to tell anybody. I think he's ready. Oh, now they're going to mark it off. Wow. If you're going to hurt me, go ahead and do it early.
But you know, it was interesting, Charles. There was so much confusion on the field between the teams understanding who had possession, and then to call an unnecessary roughness. It is football, and these players are taught to be aggressive.
Well, and the officials are sometimes evaluated after they do these ball games, and that may be one that I'm not sure if they're from the SIAC or a combination with the CIAA, but if you're the source of that confusion, you probably want to have a little bit more leniency. Instead, Tuskegee now on a second down play. They dump it out in the flats. Pass is caught there by Morris coming out of the backfield. He got it up near the 30-yard line. Got some of it back, but that's going to still bring up third and long for Tuskegee.
So this is a curious third and very long coming up for Tuskegee.
Roberts alone in the backfield in the shotgun. Two receivers, three down to the bottom of the screen. Movement, they may get on offsides there. The flag comes in, free play for Tuskegee. Overshoots on the pass, but they'll get the 5-yard assessment against the Bulls.
There was also some confusion on the Johnson C. Smith side on who had the slot receiver. You could see the D-backs shifting at the last minute. So Tuskegee taking full advantage. They'll get the play call, the penalty call of another down.
And it was Taylor who was on the route for Tuskegee. And as you referenced, he had some space in there between those defenders. Better thrown pass would have really taken advantage of what was a free play off of the flag. It could have gone for 6.
You know, Tuskegee, Charles, has done an excellent job of flooding the zone with receivers to their advantage, but that's a risky throw when you draw these defenders into the same area.
Yeah, I wonder if it was because he knew it was a free pass that he took the chance down there. But it's 3rd and 17 now. Got to be about the serious business now of nothing dangerous, but trying to get it upfield. Likely going to try to get it into somebody's hands with some space. In motion goes Smith, left side. Here's the snap. rolling to the left. Here comes the pressure by the Bulls. Raising up the field, got a man. That's Smith behind the defense, but overthrown. On the move, you referenced it early on. Robertson just moving his feet, not set, and just can't get an accurate pass.
And Smith was open at about the 25-yard line with nothing but space between him and the end zone. If that throw is accurate, that's another 6.
Yeah, it was a gel rush there by the Bulls on that third down play. Robertson able to elude some of that pressure and had to run to get past it and just could not collect his feet to make that pass downfield.
Tuskegee has struggled in the punting game. Now is the time you need your punter to come through.
Aller, the freshman, set to punt it, and that one he got away, almost blocked, and he shanks that one right side. And they will have good field position again. And I believe that was Ryans kicking that punt that time for Tuskegee and not Aller. Yeah, that was Larkin Ryans punting there for Tuskegee.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say that net punting yardage for Tuskegee is around 20 yards.
I don't think you'll be far off on that at all.
And you know I don't like math.
Well, you factor in that block early on and a shank a couple times in that first half, you can't be too far off. 6:50 remains here, third period of Red Tails Classic. Tuskegee trailing the Bulls at Johnson C. Smith 14-13. Take a break here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, you know we got you.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Golden Tiger Sports Network here live at the Red Tails Classic. Chance for us to thank all of our sponsors for their support of the network and Tuskegee University Athletics. First ball game of the football season, Tuskegee trailing at 13-14 to the Bulls at Johnson C. Smith. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, Simone Stanley. Mark, we didn't get a chance to get this in before the game started, but awfully glad to have you back in the booth.
It feels good to be back. I appreciate you having me.
Tuskegee on defense now. Bulls. Ocean got time, fires to the sideline and shoots it out of bounds, incomplete.
And you know I don't like math, but if Tuskegee manages to win this game, it would be their 715th win, which is just an incredible number when you think about it.
Indeed. Only one team with more wins than Tuskegee at the Division II level, and that's Pittsburgh State. And they are only a couple of games in front of Tuskegee.
You know what Pittsburgh State's nickname is?
Can't call it.
The Gorillas.
Ah. That's good. I was just looking at a couple of teams that I wasn't familiar with in terms of some of the transfers, particularly from Johnson C. Smith.
Sure.
One of the schools, the The mascot was the Streeters. Like, the Fleeters, I'm sorry.
The Fleeters.
Yeah.
I like that. Not to be confused with the Floaters.
No, not at all.
They could just fleet on.
They could, but that wouldn't sell as many copies, I don't think. They give it on the pass on the outside. Good pass at the corner there by Ocean. Got his man Caldwell circling out toward the 39-yard line. Only he could have caught that pass because it was thrown outside and very low. Good execution there. They'll get a first down out of that one at the 39 of Tuskegee. They go quickly on the ground. Crouch looking for some space left side. Fights off one tackler on the inside. Banged off of another and got it down near the 36. Crouch was billed as somebody that was going to be instrumental in that Johnson C. Smith offense. The transfer from Michigan State with the big 75-yard run for the touchdown. But get this, when he played at Michigan State, he also played at Tennessee, University of Tennessee. But when he played at both of those schools, he was a linebacker.
Well, I know one thing. He took a shot from Mays of Tuskegee at the 40-yard line, maintained his balance, almost went into a half spin, picked up an additional 4 yards.
And we'll talk about it after this play. As Ocean has the football, fires it out in the flats. Catch made by Caldwell. Boy, that's NFL style on that catch there and the pass.
That's a long throw to the sideline from the near hash mark.
Indeed it was. Executed well by the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. We were talking about Crouch playing linebacker for those two schools. But when he was in high school, in his junior year, he ran for over 3,000 yards and was voted the state's most valuable player. That's the reason that Coach Flowers and the Bulls are taking a chance on him coming in as a linebacker from two schools prior. They'll work it left side. This time on the carry, that's Edmonds with the football. George on that carry. So that portal, as it relates to individuals transferring, works even at this Division II level, and you see some players that are up at the higher divisions deciding, okay, I want to step down because I want to play every day. And if I get a chance to play every day, I'll be exposed.
Nobody wants to ride the pine.
Well put. in street vernacular, that's well put. Ocean gonna roll left side, a flag coming in there, pass thrown high and incomplete, but we'll check the flag in the backfield. Comes where it's likely a hold, but we'll wait and see.
But to your point, Charles, that's one of the great things about NIL and the transfer portal, because if a player feels his value or he's being undervalued, he has the opportunity now to say, okay, let me see if I can make this work someplace else. And we're seeing a lot of movement just going down the Tuskegee roster, the Johnson C. Smith roster. The amount of transfers is unusually high compared with previous years.
Absolutely. That really speaks to this idea about, I don't want to call it marketing, but just the financial elements behind this in terms of NIL. And it's this whole idea about college players being compensated. Everybody's in a position now to do just like they do with any other sport, free agency, to find the best spot for me.
Well, my NIL is not going to be worth a lot if I'm riding the bench.
No doubt. On the ground, they keep it. Crouch looks for some space left side. Tuskegee meets him there, wrestles him down near the 36-yard line. Loss of about a yard or two on that play.
Excellent pursuit by Tuskegee. What you notice, they're still getting multiple players to the point of attack. That time there were at least 4 players in on the tackle for the Golden Tigers.
Talking to Coach James in the early part of the week, and even said it here tonight, that they think that this weather or this wearing condition, because of the game just continuing to unfold, favors them because they have practiced in more hot weather and their endurance factor should be higher, even though it's not exactly a hot night. Ocean, he'll take a snap on a second down play. Looks upfield, guns it toward the end zone. Caldwell is there, and he makes the over-the-shoulder catch. It was one-on-one in the end zone, and Caldwell just wanted it more.
The coverage for Tuskegee was there. That's just an outstanding throw and catch.
Wow. Great pass from Ocean, and put it right over the right shoulder of Caldwell. Defender riding him, but nothing he could do, just could not get to the football. You talk about an excellent combination there. We've seen it from that duo all game long, and they strike again here. Mincy's with the kick. He knocks it through for the Bulls, and they extend their lead 21-13 after a perfectly thrown ball from Ocean in the end zone to Brevin Caldwell to lead it 21-13. Take a break here. More football action just ahead from the Red Tails Classic on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
We talked about it in the pregame, Mark. This is not your grandfather's Johnson C. Smith Bulls. That was an excellent pass from Ocean to Caldwell, and they extend their lead. Over the shoulder catch and a return there by the up man for Tuskegee. And up near the 26-yard line on the return. For Tuskegee, that was Devin Cooper on the return. Alabama Public Health scoring drive for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. 9 plays, 55 yards. Ending with that touchdown strike from Ocean to Caldwell. So 2:54 remains in the third. And Bill back in at quarterback. He'll keep it on the ground, fighting left side and bang down near the 33-yard line. Mulba on the carry for the Golden Tigers. Hadn't called his name very much in the second half of play. Got a carry there, picked up one, trying to sprint it toward the sideline. 2:30 left in the third. Tuskegee trailing at 21-13 to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Tuskegee trying to make it back-to-back wins here in the Red Tails Classic, but got some makeup work to do here. They set 3 receivers to the right of the quarterback. And they keep it on the ground, slicing back toward the inside near the 30-yard line. Mulba again on the carry for Tuskegee.
A curious late shift as you had 3 receivers for Tuskegee, as you mentioned, lined up to the left. Before the snap count, they all shifted to the right side, and then he ran right up the middle.
Yeah, almost makes you think that they were just on the wrong side of the field on initial lineup. But it brings up a quick third down here for Tuskegee. Quick 3rd and 7. They got to spread this football up the field a bit. Taylor in motion left side. Snap to Bill. Here comes the pressure. Dumps it up and pass is dropped. Tried to get it to Mulba out in space near the 30-yard line. Had enough room for a catch and turn upfield to possibly get to the marker. But you got to take the football first.
Throws on the money, but might have been trying to take a peek upfield before securing the football. And Tuskegee now punting on 4th down. Now, we've seen the punting issues with Tuskegee. This is going to be launched from their own 15-yard line.
Got to get that football upfield. And it looks like it's going to be Larkins punting it away. They come at it pretty quickly. Larkins this time he's able to turn it over. Good driving kick there by Larkins. Backpedaling and wrapped up immediately after the catch is Dante Baker. Good downfield coverage for special teams for Tuskegee. Boy, you talk about flipping the field. That time, Larkins able to do it on a good punt down the field. Had every reason to believe that the Bulls were going to be in really good field position after a punt.
That was the punt Tuskegee had to have in that situation. 1:23 remaining in the third quarter. Time starts to become a factor for Tuskegee's defense.
Bulls with a 21-13 lead. They bring their offense back out onto the football field. They have gotten some answers in this ball game as well. They were curious to how Darius Ocean would perform at quarterback for them as a transfer coming in, and he's played a solid football game for the Bulls.
Would not be surprised if Johnson C. Smith went run heavy on this sequence.
Trying to burn a little time. The ball fake instead, shoots it on a comeback route. Good coverage there all over Caldwell. Good defensive work there by Tyler Smith. A minute 19 left in the third. That'll bring up second down. Did the opposite of what you said there, Mark. They went shooting straight downfield.
It was, but you know, if I'm a Tuskegee defensive back, I'm thinking aggressive. If they're going to continue to test that sideline throw, I may just lay and try to make a break. It may be a gamble, but to try to make a break on this position on the field and see if I can get that pick six.
2nd and 10 for the Bulls. Ball fake, quick hitting pass out in the flats. Catch made there, trying to slice it back to the inside. Spinning ahead near that first down marker. Good second effort there as they unpowel it.
The reason I say that, Charles, is Johnson C. Smith loves to throw off the three-step drop. So it's one of those quick hitters. You have to be decisive. If you're playing defense, you're either going to make the gamble or you're going to lay back.
Catch made down that time on the field by Avante George. And a good effort by George after the catch to fight his way near the first down marker. He's about 2 yards shy of it. 3rd and 2 with 40 seconds left in the third. On the ground, they'll get the first down. Sliding up past the 35 on a hard hitter on the inside. Edmonds on that carry for the first down pickup for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith.
Give credit to Joshua Beatty. Johnson C. Smith, he's the center. You know, centers don't get a lot of publicity, but they're the engine for that offensive line. Beatty that time carved out the space. Johnson C. Smith picks up the first.
Beatty, one of those returning starters for the Bulls up front. And now they're starting to push it on the inside like you referenced, Mark, and picking up a couple of first downs here. They've done what they wanted to do here. They burned all the remaining time here in the third, and they're going to take the lead into the fourth period now. They'll be facing a 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line when we get set to go in the fourth. So talk about good clock management and game strategy. The Bulls did the last few minutes of this third period to perfection. That brings us to the end of the third. Bulls extend their lead 21-13 over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee after 3 quarters of play here in the Red Tails Classic. And before we go to break, we'll have Simone Stanley standing by with a comment about that Tuskegee defense. Double S.
It seemed like there was a breakdown in communication across the defensive line on that last touchdown for Johnson C. Smith. Linebacker Malik Moore came over to the defense, is hung on the sideline. A whole other quarter to go. Let's keep the energy up. Coach McGill told the defensive line, we're good. We have to make something happen. He said the pass rush has to get going at some point.
15 minutes to do all of that. Double S. Tuskegee trailing at 21-13 to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. We'll take a break here. Final quarter of the 4th annual Red Tails Classic from Montgomery, Alabama.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
We head into the fourth quarter here of the Red Tails Classic. Tuskegee with some work to do here. They trail at 21-13, season opener for both teams. Johnson C. Smith out of the CIAA. They finished second in the conference last year. Tuskegee, in that three-way tie in the SIAC, finished second. Of course, the Tigers of Benedict going on to win that. And Benedict's head coach, Chennis Berry, at South Carolina State, had his debut on yesterday. Came up a bit short against FAMU in that ball game. Play starts here in the fourth. On the ground, Bulls run it right side. Edmond on the carry. Got about a yard on the play. Start of the fourth quarter. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, Simone Stanley here. Producer Marcus Burnett and Lisa Burnett with our directing for tonight's ball game on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Johnson C. Smith, Charles, hasn't huddled up the entire second half. They get their entire offensive unit to the line of scrimmage. They look to the sideline for the play call. What's going to be interesting is to see how much they work the clock down to as close to zero as possible before they snap count.
Ocean joined in the backfield. Ball fake. Slide to right side. Looking upfield, back the other way. Across the middle. Got a man wide open there. Flag coming in as Ocean was hit on the crossing route downfield. Was Morgan. Morgan was there, but backpedaling toward the right sideline was Ocean, and he's a left-handed thrower. But they got a holding call on the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith.
It's a risky throw by Ocean, as you mentioned. He's fading to his right, trying to throw back to the left off the wrong foot. That's a risky proposition.
Indeed, it was. Got a lot on the pass, though. I was just happy at the end of the play. I had to look downfield to kind of see where that play was ending. I thought they may have roughed him at the sideline, but it was the hold against the Bulls that was the call.
I will say this again. Tuskegee's thinking turnover.
Second down and long, 18 to be exact. This may be the time to get one as they try to float it. They'll go on the ground instead. And on the carry is Edmonds, and he got it up to the 32, close to the initial line of scrimmage. That'll make it 3rd and 13. 13:56 remains. That Tuskegee crowd on the far side of the field looking for something to make them the factor in this football game. And an injured Bull down on the field near the 35.
Looks like offensive lineman Isaiah Kahn, sophomore out of Atlanta, 300-pounder. Kahn is prone right at the 35-yard line with the training staff around him. Hope he's okay.
Tuskegee University's family.
Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Going on to that adage of what kind of linemen do we like? Like big old good ones and good old big ones. They've got some big ones there.
But you know, you talk about Florida A&M escaping against South Carolina State. Nothing will ever top Jake Gaither's agile, mobile, and hostile.
Yeah, hard to get that one. That's right. That's one of those annals quotes that will just live forever. Tuskegee winning its program in HBCU football, 214 wins. Trying to keep it going this year. Aaron James in his first year last season finished at 7-4.
Kahn ambles to the sideline. Good to see him up and running without assistance. He's going directly to the bench and having a seat, however.
Just looking at that Johnson C. Bulls sideline as well. I don't know if you remember in that first half, they had a pass downfield that Proctor was trying to go stretch out to get. Right at the end of that, seems like he may have stretched something. And looking down at their bench, and Proctor is now just down in his taking his shoulder pads off, and he's just down there in his pads and trunks. So he's done for the night. Hopefully he's okay, but that injury happened in that first half of play going after a pass downfield. Tuskegee next weekend on the road, meeting the Tigers of Grambling on the campus of Grambling State University. We'll be there with the coverage. That one is a 6 p.m. start. Central Time, 7 o'clock in the east. Tuskegee still continuing with his out-of-conference play. This one this evening is non-conference against the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith, who play out of the CIAA.
And, you know, thinking about next week, that's a short turnaround, playing on a Sunday to the following Saturday on the road, and that's a long road trip.
No doubt.
You know, Grambling is not one of those places that you can fly into easily. So that is going to be, I would imagine, a bus ride for the squad, and that's a long bus ride. But what's the ETA on that between Tuskegee and Grambling? Is that about a 7-hour run? What do you think?
No, I think it's a little bit longer than that.
Really?
Yeah, because you were talking about driving it and then trying to break it up. I think it's closer to 9 maybe.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's an interesting situation that they're going to find themselves in, depending upon how they make arrangements when they depart, when they get players enough time to get their legs back in time for the game.
Set to resume play now. Bulls from the 35-yard line. They face the 3rd and 12 from there. 13:52 remains. Ocean the lefty in the shotgun. He'll take the snap. Tuskegee trying to clog the middle. Ocean sidesteps, going upfield. Got a man there. Caldwell stretches out. Can't get to it. Boy, Caldwell runs some really good routes, and he's almost always a step in front of the defender. That time, Rossi Grimes trying to catch up with that play. But if it's a good pass, Caldwell catches that in stride.
And once again, that pass is about 52 to 55 yards in the air.
Again, that's where they put a lot of their stock in Caldwell, the returning receiver. He had 51 catches last year. And with the addition of Ocean at quarterback, I think they're happy with the combination they have going forward in their schedule.
Now Tuskegee is thinking return all the way. See if they can work this at least out to the 35 or 40-yard line.
Karan Taylor with a chance if he can get his hands on that football. 13:43 remains. Flag coming in at the line of scrimmage. Movement there by the Bulls. I think it was one of the wideouts there trying to get downfield early and kind of broke his contain.
It's always the little things.
So that'll push it 5 yards back. A little less distance for Taylor to carry it to the end zone. This is with the punt, line drive. This will be a return if he can get to it. Taylor squeezes at the 36, looking to the middle, slides to the left, banged near the 43-yard line, and hard by that Johnson C. Smith special teams.
I have to give credit to Taylor, though, being at the exact spot where that punt landed. I thought he was a bit shallow, but he made the call on that line drive.
Yeah, certainly didn't want to fall victim to what happened in the first half where he decided to lay off of one, and that one went all the way down to the half-yard line.
Excellent point.
So Taylor runs it up to the 42, and that's where the offense takes over. Good field position for the offense to start here with 13:33 remaining. Bill back in calling the signals now for the offense. Slots either side. And the snap. Ball fake in the pocket. Bill pumps once, throws it on a crossing route. Got a man there wide open at the sideline. Stepping out of bounds there on the catch is McGee. And this time out of bounds at the 41. Kind of similar to that one we saw him catch early on where he tried to avoid going out of bounds. Tried to decoy it there and jump back into play.
And it was interesting. Once he made the catch, he didn't really check for the sideline. He just turned upfield. He wasn't off balance. I would get a sense that if he had looked down to check for the sideline, he would have tacked on another 15 yards to that.
Yeah, could have corrected that had he been looking. Yeah. That's a Vibes Restaurant first down for the Golden Tigers. 1st and 10 from the 39. Shovel pass out there in the flats. They'll get it in the hands of Morris. Morris trying to turn the corner. He does. Got first down distance on the run. Runs out of bounds near the 28-yard line. And another Vibes Restaurant first down for Tuskegee. We will be at Vibes on Monday night, tomorrow night, for the Aaron James Coaches Show, starting at 6 o'clock. Come by, enjoy early dinner, and hear Coach James talking about this football game. Ball fake this time on the inside, keeping it is Bill for Tuskegee. And Bill runs it down near the 22-yard line.
I like the tempo that Tuskegee's offense is running with right now. They're getting plays off crisply, and they're picking up nice chunks of yardage.
2nd down and 5 after the run inside by quarterback Raekwon Bill. Here's the snap. Bill fires out the right flats. At the corner, catch is made there by Brickman. Pickup, not much on that pickup. That'll bring up third down for the Golden Tigers. Third and about 3. 11:50 remains. Snap, ball fake. They go on the inside. Golden Bulls able to catch up at the back of that play and make the stop right at the line of scrimmage.
So I have a question. Is the huddle obsolete, especially given the possibility that we may have helmet microphones and speakers at some point in college football? Neither team has gone into a huddle for a long time in this game. They're just calling plays at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, we'll pick it up after this field goal attempt by Larkins. And this is going to be a 38-yard effort by Larkins. And he's hit from 45 in his career, so this should be within his range if they can hold it and get it clean, put down cleanly. Calling it a 39-yard effort. The whistles before the kick is away. He was spot on with that one, but that will turn out to be the practice kick. Oh, wow. Oh, that'll push him back 5 and get him closer to the top of his range.
Now 46, this is a healthy kick.
Coach James says anywhere from 50 in. He's got confidence in him.
Okay, looks like they're going to spot it just inside the 35, 40. So it's going to be about 44.
Yeah, we'll call it that. 44-yard effort. 39 and 5 is 44. I know you don't like math.
I hate math.
Movement. See if they get a call. No call. They got it down. That one's blocked. Johnson C. Smith got in and got a block on it. They sent a man from the left corner and streaking in there on that play for the Bulls to block it was Benari Black. And a tie up there at the 41-yard line and a real scrum there. Players throwing blows, and that's not good.
There were multiple scuffles after that. One on the tackle after the block, and then another scrum broke out right at about the 45-yard line. There are multiple flags. Another flag just thrown. We'll sort this one out.
All of that does not spell good news for Tuskegee. There was some frustration there after that punt was the field goal attempt was blocked. And after it was recovered by the Bulls, I think that's when the melee started. 1, 2, 3 flags on the field so far.
You could easily have offsetting penalties even though you have all this laundry on the field, because there was a shot, a shiver, if you will, taken by the Johnson C. Smith player after the tackle, which started one scrum. I didn't see what started the second scrum closer to us on the near sideline at about the 45-yard line. That was a whole nother party.
I do know I saw it was Anthony Scott for Tuskegee coming in at the back of the play, and Anthony actually tossing some blows around, so I'm sure that's something they saw, because that was pretty visible.
It's not the first guy,
no, right.
It's the second guy.
Montgomery, Alabama. Too much to do to just drive through. Home to world-changing history.
They unpile it and try to come away with some conclusion on this.
See the legacy of those who stood united for change. Enjoy world-class arts and culture. And look at Hebron to see
Tuskegee number, unknown number. Johnson Smith, unknown number. All those flags.
Oh, wow.
Turn them all down. First down, Johnson Smith.
Wow. Okay, you were dead on that. Yeah, just a couple of people in there and some people got caught.
Right.
The official said even one of them was an unknown number. So I just saw the blow. I don't know who threw it. So 3 assessments coming in that play. And at the end of the day, the football will belong to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith with 10:34 remaining.
Well, the unknown number was giving somebody the business. And we had offsetting penalties after, just a frustration call on the part of Johnson C. Smith after that lift and toss tackle. And then the other scrum down below. But as it stands, Tuskegee muffs a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, indeed. You have to wonder, well, the first kick was clear. He hit that one, no problem. And then they got pushed back. And again, penalties just really just take you out of sequence.
Sure.
He can hit that field goal from that distance, but who knows what the psyche is after you hit one, you made it,
right,
and then you got to bounce back after a penalty. So once again, the penalty's playing a big part in this football game. And the Bulls will have it now after that offsetting penalty is there and the block of the field goal attempt. So we talked about it in the pregame. It's about who can make the adjustments quicker in this season opener. We thought coming into the third quarter that Tuskegee had kind of figured some things out. That first drive after halftime was really impressive. And they've had some sparks here in the second half, but not enough to kind of keep stringing things together.
So let's reset for a minute. Still within one score, plenty of time remaining in this fourth quarter. Tuskegee now has to lean on its defense once again to see if they can get a stop and get the ball back to their offense. I don't know how many times you can call on this defense. It seems like this has been a recurring theme all evening.
And don't forget, Tuskegee, when they scored on the last touchdown, they missed on the extra point. So if they are able to score and tighten up this game, they're going to have to go for two, depending on where they are in the time sequence. But missing an extra point sometimes rears its head later in the football game. Timeout on the field right now. Tuskegee trailing at 21-13 to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. We referenced this in the pregame. You got to go all the way back to 1969 for this team out of Charlotte to have defeated the team out of Tuskegee.
Well, and let's talk about it for a second. Johnson C. Smith has come a long way in a short distance. This is a team that has recently rebuilt its athletic facilities, added to its infrastructure, and in the last couple of years, you can see the difference that it's made.
Yeah, and one of the things in addition to their infrastructure is adding, and it could be considered infrastructure as well, with Maurice Flowers coming over there as head coach.
Absolutely.
He brings a winning mentality to any program that he's a part of. Really laid the blueprint for the change down at Fort Valley. And now at Johnson C. Smith on the ground. They give it to Crouch. Crouch fights ahead left side, but the pack at Tuskegee pushes him back behind the line of scrimmage. A helmet coming clear out of that fray there. One of the Tuskegee players will have to take a trip to the sideline. Lance Watkins, the sophomore. Second down and 9. You know what Johnson C. Smith wants to do now. They want to protect ball, take as much air out of it as they can, run that clock with the lead that they have. Second and 9. We will see if Ocean here and the offensive coordinator and Coach Flowers thinks that they may want to throw it here, though. Oh, they'll keep it on the ground. Crouch fights ahead, flag coming at the back of that play. Pack still moving just a bit up to the 40-yard line.
From the spot of that penalty, Charles, we wouldn't be surprised to see an offensive hold, even though it's a running play.
Yeah. That one coming from behind the offense, and that's exactly what the call is. So this really aids Tuskegee here now. They can get in here and get a stop. They're going to take that yardage there, or the penalty off of the call versus letting that down expire. And that'll push it to second down and 19 for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith.
And so this is the game within the game once again. Field position becoming very important. That penalty call is not what Johnson C. Smith wanted.
And there for one of the few times the Bulls in a huddle as they break toward the line of scrimmage.
Just when I was going to make a point about not having a huddle.
It'll be just like most of your points, kind of mute. So you know, you can still make it if you like. They throw on this down, and they got it out there in the flat. And it's Morgan with the grab. Just kind of thinking about that before that sequence took place, Mark, that this is where Maurice Flowers knows that they were facing a second and 19. It's a chance for me to spread that football twice to get these 19 yards. Absolutely. I don't have to get it in one play.
Great call. So this this brings up, I don't want to say it's a manageable 3rd and 10, but it's a lot better than 3rd and 20.
Yeah, no doubt. So they'll look to the sideline now. Ocean will. And Tuskegee, with 8:50 remaining, needs this defensive stop to get that football back. Trailing at 21-13. Fourth quarter action from the Red Tails Classic. Ocean in shotgun. He'll take the snap. Got some time. Fires it out toward the sideline. Catch made there. Good step there. And got some room on the inside. Sliding for a first down after the catch. And that'll be another grab there by Morgan. And Morgan, after the catch and the run, boy, did a lot of damage to Tuskegee there. And looking at what you were talking about earlier, Mark, looking down at the field now, a couple of Tuskegee players with their hands on their hips because that defense has been out there for a minute now.
That time of possession flipped in the 3rd quarter in favor of J.C. Smith.
That was a big play. A smart call of plays, that sequence by Maurice Flowers and the offensive coaching staff. They knew they had 2 downs to get a first down, and they did that well. 1st and 10 from the 40. On the ground, fresh set of downs, right side, and there's another big run there. Down toward the sideline, Crouch tiptoes and goes out of bounds near the 15. And a good call, good run, but there's some fatigue sitting in on that Tuskegee defense as well. That hole was gaping right side. 7:46 remains, and the Golden Bulls threatening again. Inside of the red zone, down to the 16 or the 15 of Tuskegee now. Ocean. Crouch joins him in the backfield. They give it to Crouch. Fights right side. Keeps those feet moving. Works the pile down near the 10-yard line. Yeah, the Bulls are just bullying the Golden Tigers around on the inside now, just with that offensive line. Down to 7:05 left. Hard to fathom Tuskegee being able to come back if they give up another score here.
Time is not on their side because the way their offense has been running, this is a 1-score game now. A 2-score game makes it tough.
Absolutely, the point I was trying to make. You're absolutely right. With the offense, the way that it's performing. On the ground, left side, banging ahead is Edmonds. Edmonds inside the 10. They'll mark him down at, so they're going to put him down at the 9-yard line. So we're under 7 minutes remaining now. 6:22 to be exact. Only solace in this case is if you don't want to start thinking about this, but you need to preserve some clock. If they're going to score, you want them to go ahead and score so you can have the football longer, a chance to come back in the game. But if they kind of burn it at their will, they'll get down to maybe closer to 4:30 before they punch it in, if they can convert on this 3rd down. It's 3rd and 4 for the Bulls. Tuskegee, a chance to stop some of it here. On the ground, the initial wave, and Tuskegee defense's answers. Nice job there, clogging up that middle at the 10.
Outstanding job by closing a hole that appeared to open just so slightly. 4th and 4. They bring up an interesting field goal attempt for Johnson C. Smith.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. Edmonds looked like he had a little bit of daylight there, but Tuskegee was quick to close it. They'll put this one down at the 16, 26-yard effort for Menzies. They got it up and blocked at the line of scrimmage. Tuskegee coming big with the block. Big play there by the Golden Tigers. And they'll pick it up in the end zone. And then no return on that, so Tuskegee with the block.
Now that's huge.
Yeah, big. You help yourself there.
The pressure seemed to come right up the middle also. That wasn't from the corners.
And, you know, we were talking about perhaps a fatigue factor for Tuskegee. Recognizing there, this is do or die. They went and fought through that fatigue and got that block on the field goal attempt. Good job there by special teams for Tuskegee. 5:09 remains. Got to get this offense in high gear. We'll see what they do after this timeout on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
.509 remains here in the 4th annual Red Tails Classic, live from Montgomery, Alabama, the Cramton Bowl. Tuskegee, 5:09 left. And Mark, we were talking about it at the timeout. It's do or die for this offense.
This is the point in the game where the head coach, Aaron James, goes to those plays he's sketched out on the back of a pizza box and says, okay, what do I have here that I haven't used yet?
We'll see. They've got to pull out all the stops here. Likely the last time they're going to have this football with enough time to tap into that Golden Bulls lead. And we talked about it a few minutes ago. Even if they score, they'll have to go for 2.
Well, first things first.
Yeah, get the score.
You've got 80 yards and 5 minutes.
Well, the Bulls did 75 in probably about 30 seconds. So it'll be Bill handling the signals. In motion goes Taylor right side. There's the snap. They're going to go that way on a handoff, on a delayed handoff. Good job there on that play. Got a good chunk of it right there on that run up the middle to the 31-yard line.
Good start to that drive. Pick up a quick first down. Clock is going to move as soon as the ball is placed.
Morris on the carry in the middle. An injured Bull down at the point of contact. Jaquan Wilkins, the senior, is down at the 32.
Now, you don't like to see anyone injured, but that does play into the hands of Tuskegee's offense, allowing the entire unit to get to the sideline, talk to their head coach, get their strategy confirmed. So when they come back for this next first down call, everybody will be on the same page, and they should be very comfortable with the play call.
Yeah, you think about these coordinators, both offensively and defensively. We talked about it in this ball game about the situations where they got to play or counter what they've seen on the field from the opposition. Coming into that set on that first down play call, Coach James and Coach Williams know that the Bulls are thinking, they're thinking we've got a desperation situation here. We're going to show pass, and then we'll just do a delayed handoff up the middle. That'll create that open space to kind of get things started. It's just like you referenced before. It's chess on chess. You got to match every move with your best offer.
Correct.
Good first down play call there as they continue to tend to Wilkins at the 32. Now trainers seem to be able to get him up and take him toward the sideline. Seems to be walking under his own power, which is a good sign. So now the challenge for Tuskegee is to continue that cerebral match and make another good play here.
Well, in terms of play call, Charles, it's never too early to start thinking clock management, even though there's almost 5 minutes remaining. You're thinking about trying to get to the sidelines, get out of bounds. Do not waste time in this series.
Tuskegee with 2 timeouts left. Bulls with 3. Snap to Bill. Delayed handoff again. This time they work it left side. Oh, what a crushing hit there by the Bulls. Johnson C. Smith coming up, running that Powell. Good hit there. I think the initial hit was applied at the corner by Taiwan Tucker, the redshirt sophomore from Statesville, North Carolina. We got an injured Tuskegee player after that melee.
And that is a serious injury because you can see multiple trainers sprinting to the middle of the field, about the 36.
I want to go too early, but I think that's Zena Mulba that's down. Difficult to tell now with the training staff around him.
He is surrounded by at least 6 people from the Tuskegee sideline, and you just hope in this situation that this isn't something extremely serious. When you see trainers sprint onto the field, that's not a good sign.
Head coach Aaron James walking out there as well. It seems to be okay. Yeah, that was Mulba that took the shot. And he's up under his own power, headed toward the sideline.
That is a welcome relief, just judging by the body language of the training staff. You usually get a couple of trainers out. There are at least 6 trainers that came from the sideline.
Yeah, they're watching these games intently for something like that to suggest we need to be right on spot with that. So Mulba able to go to the sideline. Tuskegee trying to continue this drive. They face a second down and 7. 4:35 and clock running here inside Cramton Bowl. Send a man in motion. That's Beckford. Snap to Bill. It's high and it gets over his head. They have to dive on it behind the line of scrimmage. My, oh my, not the time for that. Desmond Leverett, the sophomore, able to grab and cover for Tuskegee. But there you talk about it, Mark. Talk about clock management. That's a blown snap opportunity there.
And we could very well be in 2-down territory, even though it's a 3rd and about 16. Coach Aaron James, we'd be thinking 2 plays here, not just 1.
Yeah, you almost have to. You're under 4 minutes left. And you're trailing 21-13. What you don't want to do is get that football back to them and let them go on an extended drive. But you may have to put it in the hands of your defense since you're pinned so deep on your end of the field if you're not able to move it. Another miscue on the snap, but this time Bill handles, fires up field in traffic and double covered there, almost threw an interception. So with not any kind of gain on that play, you definitely have to punt the football now and just lay things on the feet of your defensive squad. They were hoping that, well, in that case, they just went for the full-fledged shot of the first down. And no guarantees as it relates to this punt. They have got to get this football turned over and down on the other end of the field.
Absolutely.
It'll be Larkins to punt it. They can get things clear. Fuentes, the long snapper for Tuskegee. Good snap by him. They're coming at it. Fuentes or Larkins with a good punt there, driving it over the shoulder catch, and there's some space on the left-hand side of the football field. Nicely done on the return there by Dante Baker. And Baker with a good return will put that football near midfield for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. 3:20 flag. Let's check it out here, Mark, at the 35-yard line. Certainly hope it's not against Tuskegee after the kick.
He was dangerously close to the sideline when he was contacted. It wasn't a violent hit, but he was contacted about at his shoulder as he was going out of bounds. We'll see how they call this one. I'd be surprised if it was a late hit, however.
It looks like they're going back to the spot that he was hit out of bounds. Okay.
Okay.
Now, this time it's the penalty that gives you the benefit of flipping that field the way you wanted it. Add it to the punt. Now we'll give put that football back closer to the 20-yard line on the other end of the field. Actually down at the 25. So now the defense for Tuskegee is challenged with 3:20 left. 3 and out.
We've said that a few times this evening. The defense has been challenged. There's got to be some fatigue on that sideline. So this is where this Tuskegee defense has got to be thinking run all the way, just stop the run.
And here, to your point early on, talking about I'm looking for an opportunity for a turnover, this is what they're looking for here. They're going to be stripping out that football if it's a run, for sure. Ocean back out on the field, so is Crouch in this running back spot. So they occupy the backfield. Shotgun set for Ocean. On the ground, they give it to Crouch. Crouch turns the corner, wrapped up there as he got it past the line of scrimmage. Pick up of about 4 on that play right side. They've had a lot of success running off tackle, the Bulls have in this football game, and they got a good first down effort there. Got 4 on that play. 2nd and 6, under 3 minutes remains, 2:55 precisely. Tuskegee trailing 21-13. Looking for a little bit of magic here. And the Bulls are going to run right down to the end of the play clock before they snap this football. Right now, 14 seconds on that. They'll go somewhere inside of 10, closer to 1 than 5. With 3, they snap it away. On the ground, Crouch wrapping up that football, still fighting ahead left side, and look at him push that pack past the first down marker up to the 37-yard line.
That's something we haven't seen a lot this evening, where Tuskegee's defensive front was just manhandled that time. Crouch picks up the first down.
And we talked about him as a linebacker at his 2 previous schools, but being a running back in high school, and he's showing all the evidence of a strong set of legs at a linebacker and as a running back. Ran for over 3,000 yards as a junior, and they're just putting it in his hands and letting him do the work there as he picked up that first down.
One thing we do know, if he played linebacker, he has no problem with contact.
Sure, he'll create some. Yeah, we've seen him do it a couple times in this ball game, not running away from anything. 2:19 remains. Timeout on the field. Tuskegee trailing at 21-13 to the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Bulls trying to come in here and do the unthinkable, something they haven't done since 1969, and that is beat the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Our coverage on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Glad you could join us for it. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, Simone Stanley at sideline.
Well, even though the score on the board in front of us is not what we want, it's been a blast working with you.
Yeah.
And look forward to this season of Tuskegee football. We've got some great matchups coming up.
Indeed. Be a historic one this coming weekend as we make that trip out to Grambling against the Tigers of Grambling. Then it's another set of Tigers as we go down to Edward Waters in Jacksonville. Then we start thinking about coming home to Abbott Stadium the week after that. Tuskegee, by virtue of just being so popular as a team that other schools want to play in classics because it's such a draw when Tuskegee is there. On the ground again, Crouch just puts his head down and slides under the defense this time for about 2. So Tuskegee rarely gets a chance to have a full-throated home schedule. And just 3 slotted there on the campus this year.
Well, think about Tuskegee. It's a name brand that's known across the country. So you put that on your schedule, and you're guaranteed to have some attraction of not only your fans, but visiting fans and just curious fans.
Indeed. You think about the ball game next weekend. That's for Grambling to entertain. Okay, we're going to play a lower division school. What school is it? Tuskegee? That makes sense. You start talking about the Morehouse Tuskegee Classic down in Columbus. Same type thing. Turkey Day Classic with Alabama A&M. Alabama State is just up and down the line with Tuskegee.
Now the challenge for Tuskegee is that playing a school in the SWAC, you're stepping up in the number of scholarships allowed. So it's going to be a challenge to make that move to play a SWAC school. And the hope is you want to come away with the victory, of course, but you also want to come away with that from that game whole.
And you think about the scenario for Grambling. They lost in a big way their opening weekend against Louisiana Tech, so they're going to be coming into that ball game thinking, okay, now a chance for us to get our wheels rolling on a school from a lower division.
Right.
But it should be a historic day anyway. I just don't know what's on tap as it relates to game day activities, but have to have some celebration to some degree of such renowned programs as Grambling and Tuskegee.
Sure.
Had an injured player down there, Mark, for the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. It was Joshua Beatty, name we called a couple times in this ball game.
Beatty's had an outstanding game as center. He's been the one that's keyed this Johnson C. Smith offense. Another 300-pounder.
Beatty, one of those returners from last year. Just kind of looked at it coming into the week, prepping for the game, just thinking, man, they've got 4 of their 5 offensive linemen coming back with another year of experience. And we talked about it in pregame. The guy that took the 5th guy's place replaced the guy that was part of those 5 from last year.
Well, the thing about offensive lines, as you know, it's not just being big, but getting all those guys to work in sync. So when you have that kind of experience, Johnson C. Smith is going to be a tough team to handle for anyone this season. You've got veteran leadership up front.
Absolutely good call. You survey their schedule. And actually, they have another SIAC opponent next weekend when they meet the Maroon Tigers from Morehouse College. And then they'll get close to getting into their conference schedule. Finished at 7-4 last year, second in the conference, just outside of representing that conference as the leader. So Maurice Flowers, you talk to him, he's definitely encouraged by where that program is going and what kind of support he's gotten there to be able to put his fingerprint on the move for the Bulls in the positive direction. So set to resume action now. We have that 2-minute layout there. Actually kind of a 2-minute warning at the collegiate level, and the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith will have the football, try to close it out. Tuskegee, they have them at a 2nd and 8 defensively. Got to make a stop here. Tuskegee trying to pack that box. Got 6 up front now. And on the ground, they pack it right side. And Crouch with the football. Pushes it ahead for about 2-3 yards. And that'll bring up a 3rd and about 4, looks like it, after they unpowel it. And this is absolutely going to be the play of the game here, Mark. Tuskegee took that time out. 1:48 left. They're going to put the clock back at 1:52 at the time the timeout was taken. But it's definitely do or die here for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Got to get a stop. First down, and it's just about over because Tuskegee doesn't have any timeouts left. They just burned their last one. The ball will be at the 42-yard line. Bulls have to get it up to the 47 to retain possession of it. So the assignment clear for the defensive unit for Tuskegee.
It's very simple. As you mentioned, get a stop, try to get the ball back.
Bulls to the line of scrimmage. Ocean joined by Crouch in the backfield. Tuskegee got players running all over trying to get set here. They snap it. They go on the ground. Crouch looking for the corner. Denied by that defense of Tuskegee. They cut the legs from under him right at the line of scrimmage.
Outstanding pursuit by Tuskegee.
They got up for that play. They knew it was big, and the surge up front was heavy, and they got Crouch trying to come left side and answered with a resounding no.
Got to give credit to the Tuskegee defense. That's the 2nd consecutive series. They'd had to get a stop. Got it. They give the offense back the ball again. They should be turning this, probably be under a minute to go.
You're right at just a little bit over a minute when they get it. Unless that, I'm sure Johnson C. Smith is going to take a delay of game here probably just to run the clock. Or they'll burn a timeout. They took the timeout before having the delay of game taking place. So it's at 107, about where we thought it would be when they kick it away. Key for Tuskegee, if they can get anywhere near what they got out of that opening return by Karan Taylor to start this football game, that'll really give them a better chance of getting into the end zone.
It's all about the run back.
Sure.
Great point. If Tuskegee can get the ball somewhere close to midfield, or let's say past the 40 on this next exchange, they'll be in good shape to try to get a few plays off towards the end zone.
And that's what they're going to have to do. You're right. They're going to have to heave it toward the end zone. Maybe not on the first possession or two, but you got to at least cover 15, 20 yards.
No one. Okay, now I see a return man.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to go out with the all-out rush for a minute.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to get that block if they can, though. And backpedaling is Taylor near the 32. They'll be coming at it. They just don't want to jump off sides here. And then says set to punt it. They're long on the count as they run down that play clock. Now the snap. They get it away. And Taylor calls for the fair catch over his shoulder near the 28-yard line. So a good flip of the field by Menendez on the punt. He got it downfield. Did not give Taylor a chance for a run back. The design was to kick it away from him.
And he kicked it to the sideline, which was great placement.
So the challenge with 1:02 left, Tuskegee to go from its own 26-yard line. And you've got to take it the distance. Flea flickers, whatever you got in your bag, you got to pull it out now. First play, second play of this sequence will really tell what the chances are of getting it downfield. It'll be Bill handling the offense.
For Tuskegee, no timeouts remaining.
Gonna have to work toward the sideline for sure. Snap, Bill in the pocket, looking upfield, fires it across the middle, catch made there at the corner, tripped up there, Beckford with the grab, trying to get it out of bounds, or Brigman that is, trying to get it out of bounds.
He's got to get to the line of scrimmage. There's a flag back at the 20-yard line. Looks like we're probably going to get a hold against Tuskegee.
One thing we did not talk about in this sequence is the penalty. Just could not entertain the idea of that even happening because it's such a drive killer. And here it is. Boy, hope is slim in these kinds of scenarios, and it just gets a little bit darker when you push yourself back like that. Back to the 16-yard line. Down to 47 seconds left. First and 20. Bill, pressure, trying to set a screen. They got it set middle of the field. Can't keep his, now finally keeping his balance there. Tuskegee got it into the hands. Looks like Mulba with the football. We'll check on that play. And he got it near the 47.
Mulba was tripped at about the 27-yard line, his own 27. Held his balance, picked up another 20 yards.
That was Leverett on that play. As you referenced, able to keep its balance after being contacted. Up to the 46, 26 seconds left. Up the field they go, pitch they give on the play. Excellent job there. Leverett with the final run of it, runs out of bounds, past midfield.
A little hook and ladder action.
Yeah.
Make the reception, pitch to the man behind you, get out of bounds.
19 seconds, they're gonna put two more on the clock, I think to 21. But right now it's at 19.
You've got time for probably 3 plays max, 2.
Put it at 22.
They both got to be to the sidelines because clock becomes surely an issue now.
Not unless you get one wide open in the middle for the 6. .22 seconds left. Second down and 5 from the 49 for Tuskegee. They got to get it into the end zone. Low snap, Bill handles, looks upfield, steps up in the pocket, fires it, floats it toward the sideline, too deep. Pass goes incomplete. Trying to get it to Taylor, just in front of the Johnson C. Smith bench, but ran out of room over there. 17 seconds left now. 3rd and 5. Tuskegee got to ensure you at least get this first down.
2 plays. Time for 2.
Bill will line up in the shotgun. Leverett joins him in the backfield. Snap to Bill, ball fake, looking upfield. Here comes the pressure. He feels it now, pumps it up toward the sideline. Got a man there, overshoots a wide open receiver down near the 18-yard line. He had McGee there near the 18 open. But on that play, Bill feeling a lot of pressure with that pocket, almost collapsing on him, stepped up in there, gunned it downfield, and went down to 9 seconds.
Had a lot of time to throw, but there was nothing open downfield. He's just trying to find anything open.
4th and 5 now. Looks like they got to go to the end zone. Even if you get a first down here, you may not have enough time to reset. See if they send everybody floating toward the end zone and hope somebody will tap it around and maybe come away with a catch. 9 seconds remain. Ball fake. Bill fires across the middle and almost threw an interception. That's on a 4th down play. And that will give it over to the Bulls, and that will mean that this one's going to be over. Officials are gathering around Tuskegee. I don't see a flag on the field. There is one there. They just picked it up. Wow.
It was interesting on the previous play, Charles, a Tuskegee offensive lineman lost his helmet. On this play, they called hands to the face. I thought it might have been on the previous play.
Maybe it was just a carryover.
Right.
But they do get the benefit of that flag. They'll push him to the marks for a first down. And with 4 seconds left, they're going to have to toss it to the end zone. Football resting at the 34-yard line. So you don't worry about the extra downs here. You got to send all hands on deck to the end zone. Find the corner there, shoot it there, and fire it in traffic. See if somebody can come clear with a jump ball.
3 players, wide receivers to the near side, stacked.
This is to keep this football game going. Assuming they can get a 2-point conversion after a touchdown. Pressure, Bill. Rolls left side, got some time now to the end zone. A couple of players back that way. It's a jump ball, and it falls incomplete. Got a couple of Golden Tigers in the corner, and a couple of Bulls down there as well. Johnson C. Smith has broken through here at the 2024 Red Tails Classic. They defeat the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee 21-13. in Montgomery. Tuskegee just never able to really get things going the way they wanted offensively. Had to rely on that defense to keep them in the football game. They got it back with about a minute plus left. Just couldn't push it down the field.
A valiant effort by the Tuskegee defense, as you mentioned, Charles. Several times they had to get the stop, got it. The offense just couldn't seem to get in rhythm. They had a few times that they just self-destructed based on penalties and just missed calls. Something to build on, but they've got a short week to do it in.
Indeed. And one of the questions we had in the pregame show was to get the question about quarterback answered, but after today, I'm not real sure if they got a full answer to that. They had one good pass strike from Bill into the end zone to Taylor for that touchdown, but had a couple of ups and downs where they kept switching quarterbacks in and out of the lineup.
We'll file this game under teachable moment. We'll see what Coach Aaron James has in store for his team during a short off week.
Taking a look down at field looks like Simone's got Coach James. We'll go down there in a few seconds to her. Coach James kind enough to talk with us after this ball game. His squad coming up short 21-13. And let's go down to field level with Simone. Double S.
Coach, the defense kept you in this one, but the offense just wasn't able to capitalize. What needs to change on that side of the ball?
We just got to be consistent on that side of the ball. We just came out flat in the first half, and then second half we couldn't get nothing going. So we just got to go back to the drawing boards and just make sure that everybody's on the same page.
What's the message to the team after a close one gets away like this?
We just got to stay the course. I mean, it's a non-conference game, but you always want to win the first one. So we saw some good things and some bad things. Like I said, we just got to go back and clean up some stuff.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
And thank you, Coach James. Thanks, Double S, for your work down at sideline. Disappointed Coach Aaron James, but still classy enough to talk to us after the contest and pinpointed it exactly. It's just they just could not get over the hump offensively, despite a good, solid defensive work.
Outstanding remarks by the coach, and I have to say, outstanding work by Simone to be in the middle of it, to do some really different things. I don't think we've ever gotten a coach immediately before kickoff and throughout the game. She did a great job of just being on the spot, lending that up close and personal point of view on the game. Just great job. First time together, just great to be with you and Simone, and look forward to the rest of the season.
Indeed. Echoing those comments 100%. Golden Tiger Sports Network trying to set a new paradigm for coverage of Tuskegee athletics. Tuskegee falls in the first game of the season, 21-13 to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. Special thanks to Tuskegee University President Dr. Mark Brown. Also thank him for joining us here at halftime. Chief Operating Officer at Tuskegee, Dr. Rolandus Rice, Director of Athletics, Reginald Ruffin. He joined us at halftime. Thank you for that. Also to thank you to Vice President Harrington for joining us as well. Special thanks to Deborah Rogers, Deputy Chief Athletics Director, and the whole gang from the Athletics Department over here in Montgomery for the game this weekend. Tanya Lee and Stefan Smith in Communications and Marketing. Jordan Benson, great game notes for this ball game, expecting the same thing every weekend. Jordan is really one of the more solid SIDs across the country. Just doing a great job for Tuskegee. Nick Brown, Game Operations Manager for Tuskegee. Our production team, producer Marcus Burnett and Director Lisa Burnett, with a fine quality job in terms of our coverage, and we look forward to working with them throughout this season. Also, the members of the broadcast team, Mark Lassiter to my right, and down at field level, Simone Stanley, with a great job out of both of them. And I thank you for just listening to us in our coverage here tonight from the Red Tails Classic, the 4th annual. Tuskegee falls again 21-13 to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. This ball game has been a production of the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, we got you.